Blink and it's gone. Hesitate and your history.
Gotta move, gotta move, gotta move.
Oh, she lost. Unbelievable.
This is women's speed chess.
Oh my goodness!
It's a collision of elite minds, a global showcase of brilliance under pressure.
Wow. Beautiful checkmate there from Vaishali.
Their precision, razor sharp. The attacks, blistering. The tactics, bold. And their tempo, lightning fast.
94 and mate. Ooh, make sure you do your tactics at home, boys and girls. 94, you win the queen. That's it. That's a match.
Wenjun is the champion.
The 2025 Women's Speed Chess Championship starts now.
Hello and welcome to the Women's Speed Chess Championship, and of course it is quarter-final time. The field has cut down to 8 and today we're going to see who is going to advance and who is going to get eliminated. It is survival of the fittest. I'm your host Ivanka Hauska, and I'm here with the guy who has locked horns with plenty of the best players in the world. It is of course Grandmaster David Howard. David, it's been an exciting ride so far.
It really has, Ivanka. I've been lucky enough to be calling some of the shots with you in the round of 16, and it definitely feels like it's such a strong field this year that anyone can win it. The pace has been fantastically fast. Some of the games have been so high quality, and yeah, it's great to be back for the quarterfinals. More action still to come. It's going to be a great day.
Absolutely, David. I mean, we have been on a blockbuster ride, and it was only the round of 16. Let's take a look at how the action unfolded.
E3 still not over. Check. No, but King of Fate, King of Fate. On Queen each other's queen.
Oh no! She lost on time.
No.
Wow.
And then what? Oh, there's checkmate. Check, and mate.
And Wenjun extends her lead even further. Yeah, instead we see
Wait,
rook
what?
to E3. Queen takes C4.
Oh.
Oh!
Queen H6.
And Katarina cannot believe her eyes.
Okay, now just check and oh, you're just trading King of 2. Oh no, but check Queen A1, Queen A1. Queen A1 is the key. And no, because now it's a draw.
Oh.
No, but now White's winning H4. What a turnaround! Queen of 3, Queen of 4. What a game.
Oh, this looks scary. Rook D4, cutting the key. What? Queen of 2.
Queen takes. Oh! There's gonna be checkmate. Whoa!
We are going to overtime in the time. Gotta move.
Oh, she lost. Oh my goodness. Paulina to perhaps mix things up, save it with some.
Oh, knight C3.
Knight C3.
That's right what the doctor ordered for Paulina. If F3, kicking the knight back to F6. I think Wenjun will get it done.
Hang on. Oh, the G3 pawn fell.
This is gonna be a crucial win for Paulina. How do you think? Oh, knight H4. Knight H4, you win the queen. That's it. That's a match.
I'm sure both of these players have looked at the match clock situation, but they are still keeping the fight alive. And there we see Bishop F6, and Wenjun is the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Champion. Yes, we had a fantastic time just reliving those past memories as we revisited 2024 Women's Speed Chess Championship. Wenjun was the winner. There was a whole lot of drama, and there's a lot of drama to be had in our brackets, because there we're seeing it's the quarterfinals. We're going to kick off with Wenjun against Bibisara Asaubaeva there on the top left, and that's going to be followed by Katerina Lagno against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Now, focusing on the match that we're going to be watching unfold right now, Wenjun against Bibisara Asaubaeva. Wenjun last year was in impressive form. This year, she had a smooth path, I would say, so far beating Anastasia Avramidou. But now she faces a much tougher test in the shape of a two-time Blitz champion, Bibisara Asaubaeva. David, do you have any expectations for this match?
Well, I think Wenjun, just because of her history, her track record, does start as the favorite. and she just looked fantastic throughout the event last year on her way to the final and then the title. But we did call the shots on Aselbayeva just a couple of days ago in her round of 16 match, and she looked really sharp. She looked really determined. She looked focused, and it felt like she was warming up. She talked later in an interview with us about how her recent experiences in freestyle chess in Las Vegas with some of the very best players in the world has really kind of inspired her to kind of dig deeper and find a new level. So I don't think it's going to be easy, Ivanka, although it's hard to bet against the women's world champion, Wenjun.
Yeah, I mean, both of these players are actually those big match players. Both of them have risen to the challenge. They've been super tough right when it's been needed. Wenjun, 5-time women's world champion. Last year, she just completely shocked everyone when she won the WSCC, showing that her over-the-board skills are just, well, her online skills are just as good as her over-the-board skills. For Bibisara, I mean, yeah, well, her match against Zhu was really very impressive. She came back from a 2-point deficit. She spoke about how she'd practiced for this event. As you mentioned, David, she was gaining in confidence. I say this every time I believe in myself that this is just too close to call. I think it's going to be a very tight match. And then there's a whole lot of adventure along the way. And we are off, David.
We are off. We do begin the quarterfinals. It is here and now, game 1. And we start with a anti-Sicilian. It's a bishop b5 check and blocked by a knight on d7. This is still very well-known territory. Bishop a4 looks like a bit of an odd move, preempting being attacked. But this has been patented by Magnus Carlsen and other very strong GMs. So very trendy from Zhu Wenjun, pawn to c4, building potentially a Maroczy bind structure. And yeah, Ivanka, I think the first few games are maybe more important for Bibisara. I think Zhu Wenjun has so many gears, so many levels, that if she takes a big lead early on, 2-3 points, she will know how to lock things down and play a bit safer, kind of reduce the risk. For Bibisara, I think hitting the front first, giving her something to hold on to, is probably the best bet in this match.
Definitely. It's very good to kind of kick off the match with some positive scores. The main thing is that Zhu Wenjun has been fantastic in the 5+1, the 3+1. We did see if there was going to be a chink in her armor, it was in the bullet portion, where actually Anastasia Avramidou, who is a bullet demon, she managed to get the better of Zhu Wenjun. So as long as Bibisara keeps toe-to-toe, she can fancy her chances in the bullet. And there we're seeing that Zhu Wenjun is doing what she does best. She likes to keep the center closed. She actually really likes the possibility of these big centers. Whenever I see her, she just loves to play with a lot of space. And there she's remaneuvering her pieces. Perhaps going to go for f4, but no, my favorite pawn push is on the board. David, I'm applauding.
Exactly. Very ambitious stuff, which is always nice to see in these types of formats. White giving up the bishop pair, but the bishop pair may be less important than the extra space here, the pawn center, flexibility. Engine slightly prefers black. I think we throw that eval out the window just temporarily. But yeah, I can tell you like the white position, Ivanka, full of promise and showing maybe that Zhu Wenjun wants to attack in this match.
Yeah, I know. I knew you were gonna know that I like this position because it's literally my dream. Have all the pawns in the center, get f4 in. But I love the fact that she's put her bishop on b2. Also, I think it's a great move there from Bibisara. She doesn't let this sleeping giant on b2 go unchecked. So she's getting ready just to face off against any challenges there. But the big question for Bibisara is how is she going to generate play? Because Zhu Wenjun has got the kind of position where she can literally just sit on that space. She just has to overprotect the pieces and then do some trades at the right time and then just maneuver things around and then strike out.
Yeah, first she protects her bishop on b2, which was a bit loose, preventing, or at least making b4 less scary to deal with. And yeah, Ivanka, I wonder why you don't play these kind of close Sicilians then. If you love e4, f4, you can get them by force if you're starting with white in any game.
I did, David. I spent my teenage years playing the close Sicilians, but I got laughed at by a lot of the English chess community. And they were like, why are you playing like this? And then it was another coach. It was my very first coach. He said, actually, you're a d4 player. Switch to d4. You'll love those positions. Because literally, I couldn't handle the open Sicilians, and all I could do was go like Rossolimos, Moscow variation, Maroczy bind, and they were seeing actually rook to b8, which is a very interesting. Awarded a question mark. Now, to me, it's because it's a matter of timing. Black has to come up with a constructive plan to break out, because otherwise, there's a lovely target on d6.
Yeah, and this last move, the reason that white was given a bit of a miss is because we should have been seeing the move rook to d1, and rook to d1 would have hit the d6 pawn, stopped the black bishop from planting itself on the d4 outpost, and that would have given white a very nice advantage, actually. That's why rook b8 was a bit questionable. But for now, Jovanka, both sides have kind of got squares, but they've had to give squares in the process. This central tension after e5, who do you think it's going to favor?
Yeah, there's a big question mark, right? Are you going to take on e5 or are you going to go f5? And I thought no one in their right mind is going to take on e5. Probably the computer, but not a human, because you've got the knights, you want to close the position down, and yeah, you get a great bishop for black on d4, but you also have a good square on d5. And sure enough, everything comes jumping in. And can I be fickle and say I suddenly quite like black?
Yeah, you can be fickle in chess. We're commentators. We have permission. We have license. Why is that, Jovanka? Why do you prefer
This
black?
is the reason. It's actually because of this that black is the one that is able to open up the B line. You can go a4, and the B pawn is going to be that target, whereas the pawn on f5, I'm sorry, my friend, but that's actually not going any further. And this bishop on b2, which I was just like raving about, is suddenly not the best of pieces. And protected pass pawn in the middle of the board. So I think white has to do some serious repair work here, remaneuver that bishop. I'm thinking, yes, c1. I was going to put it on f4, but I don't like this one.
Yeah, black just looks quicker. Black's got the only pass pawn in the position, the d4 pawn protected as well, so any endgames slightly better for black. Ooh, queen g3 does set up some tricks, like no time to play like knight takes c4 or any tricks or any tactics, because bishop to h6, pawn to f6 about to land, so black solidifies the knights. And yeah, Jovanka, Bibisara so far has played a bit of a positional masterpiece. She's blocked any attacks now. White's run out of ammo, and yeah, I do fear long term for the white pawns, especially the backward pawn on b3. This is Wenjun facing an uphill task.
Yeah. And it's the kind of case of a bad bishop against great knight. There's no way this bishop is going to want to go bishop takes e5, because you solidify black's pawn center even more. And look at this. Dream play from Bibisara, just piling up on b3. Knight takes c4 is in the air. I don't know how Wenjun's going to mix it up.
Mm-hmm. This is super difficult. The eval bar says it's not like lost, but at some point you will have to gamble, and she goes all in. g5. She's got to give checkmate, Jovanka. Otherwise, she is done in this game, Zhu Wenjun. But in blitz, so much easier to attack than defend. It does look very, very scary, potentially, if white ever gets f6. Unfortunately, for now, it's just off the cards with the dynamic between the queens, but you might get a chance later. Knight takes c4, rook g1. She's lining up Zhu Wenjun. Is she going to be able to deliver any blow, though?
Yeah, this is the issue, right? Because there is no f6 in the air because of the pin against the queen on h3. And there's also, is there a problem with bishop to h6? My guess is that you can even calmly go queen to f6, and the rook on b7 does a great job of horizontally defending on g7.
Yeah, black has everything covered. Only one real weakness. Queen takes d5 as well is a huge threat right now. Queen f7, a beautiful move. And yeah, just to remind everyone of the pin on the b file, so the black knight is untouchable right now. I don't even see a move, to be honest. Queen f3 looks so slow. Black's just going to hop back with the knight. The attack's going to be over. Jovanka, we might see Bibisara take a win with black.
Yeah, and that would be certainly a fantastic start there from Bibisara. She goes queen to f3, the move that you mentioned, but the queen can get booted out. You can see knight to e5 as a possibility. And I'm also afraid that the rook takes b3 might be there as well. I'll tell you what really I'm thinking might happen is that bishop h6 can come, but this can be swiftly met by even sacrificing the queen on g7 if she need be. But knight to b6, I love this move, just targeting d5. Wenjun having to play very quickly now, perhaps trying to bluff her opponent.
Mm-hmm. If anything, I would say that Wenjun's played a bit too quickly in this game. Like, she already had a lost position when she had nearly 3 minutes left on her clock. And that's never a good sign. Of course, it's still super early in this match. It's just game one. But I think Wenjun will have to get back in the rhythm. Often you want to spend enough time to get a good position, but not enough time that you find yourself in a bit of scramble too early. So Wenjun, yeah, she'll be learning from this one either way. And knight d7 given a question mark. Don't really see anything other than playing f6. Go on, Jovanka.
Can she go bishop f6? Bishop f6, bishop e7. Okay, that's a nice move, actually. Just interfere. And, whoa, the d6 pawn has fallen. Suddenly, I feel that things have livened up, even though it's still advantage black.
Yeah, suddenly it's just a 1-pawn deficit. Not the end of the world. I wonder whether black can try rook takes b3 at some point, but knight f6 first. Very, very sensible, hitting the white queen, which moves. Now rook takes b3 would be the most ambitious, but you need an answer to rook to g1. And this is getting a bit sharp now. You could also move the other rook to
rook b1.
e8, e8. Rook b1. Oof. b8 rook would have been hanging. This is getting crazy though, Jovanka. She's back in it, according to the eval bar.
There is that issue that the b8 rook was on freeze. Yeah, it's super dangerous actually. Now suddenly this is wild. How are you gonna move away that rook on b8 and keep an eye on g7? You have to go rook b7 at the right time.
Yeah, she's keeping control, but white's getting some of the pawns back. Queen takes c5, apparently a bit greedy. White should have been playing for the attack, maybe bishop e7 instead. But now the d pawn is running through. Double question mark move. Black's only winning move is to play d2. She doesn't find it. She's allowed Wenjun back into this game, panicking Bibisara now due to the clock.
Yeah, just 5 seconds left on the clock. And of course, they do get that 1 second increment, but it's really not a lot of time. But okay, this is still a very difficult position for Wenjun. She can't trade off queens. The d pawn is going to be a runner. So what to do?
Ooh, Jovanka, she actually paradoxically had to trade queens. That's the only way to save this game, according to the computer, because the white rook on g2 needs to be unpinned. Getting rid of the black queen would have maybe saved her, but difficult judgment call there. And now, okay, black. Wow, no! Drama! Bibisara flags!
Yeah, in a one position. How unfortunate. She was playing so well. I mean, finding some great resources there, especially when things went a little bit wrong. But in the end, the clock is her downfall. Well, Bibisara, that's going to be painful. Can she recover? She's got the white pieces.
Oh, that is heartbreaking. She played almost a perfect game. She had lost control at the end, even if the eval bar said she was still winning Bibisara. Visually, it looks so scary. Everything's swarming towards her king. So, yeah, understandable. We've all been there. We've all kind of panicked and forgotten about the clock or panicked and blundered. But, yeah, just the way it happened, Jovanka, especially because it looked like she was going to score an upset victory with the black pieces in game one. Yeah, that is going to be tough to recover from. In the meantime, Berlin defense, a bit of a fruity one. White gave up a pawn, but about to win it back.
David, well, how do you recover from a loss like that? Because I can tell you my last experience of a blitz event. I was playing 3+2 is over the board chess and playing against, I think, maybe a 19 to 2000. I'm a piece up. Everything is great. I look over the clock, 0, 0, 0. I've got a flag. I'm like, when did that happen? And I'm just praying that my opponent doesn't see it. He sees it, of course. He claims flag. Just as about to checkmate. I don't know. Just as about I was going to force resignation at least. And I was like, I was so angry. It was difficult.
Oh. It's so difficult. It's heartbreaking, especially when it's something like that. I think there's this way that chess players cope. It's just denial. I've been there myself. Often if I lose on time, I'm like, oh yeah, I would have won. I outplayed them. I'm just a better player than them. It was just an accident. And it's just like a self-preservation thing to maintain your confidence. The other way is to dwell on it, to overthink and let it dent your confidence and focus going forward, which isn't ideal. But yeah, the top players, they should shake it off. They have this unshakable belief that they're just going to bounce back immediately.
It's a good self-talk. I like it. Go into denial, and then afterwards, I guess you can analyze exactly what went wrong on the clock. But I was raging, David. I was like, there must have been something wrong with the clock. I don't know how this happened. I thought I was playing quickly. I wasn't, clearly.
Yeah, it's tough. Like self-reflection and like chess therapy, it should all be done between tournaments. That's my view from my experience. Like reflecting during a tournament, never really a good thing. Get things done. Just focus on the next game. But in the meantime, this one, we might be looking at the next game soon because it looks dead level. Very symmetrical, Jovanka.
Yeah, it certainly does. So I was kind of interested here for Bibisara. She's, Zhu Wenjun has kind of locked the game down with the Berlin. Bibisara hasn't really been putting too much pressure. The pawn structure is pretty symmetrical. I can understand Bibisara wanting to keep things solid. It was a painful loss. And I can also understand Zhu Wenjun. She's got that time-old tested strategy. You draw with black, you win with white.
Exactly. That's how they did it in the good old days. You just play the Petrov, play the Berlin or the Marshall, just lock things down. Get that draw. Nowadays, there is a trend against it. Like the Sicilian is back in vogue. The French, the Caro-Kann, all these kind of more tension-filled openings are back in fashion just because I guess there's so many strong players out there and there's a lot of open tournaments these days. You need to win. Like drawing is just not good enough with black, but that's where one-on-one match, Jovanka, I guess the head-to-head kind of factors come into play. A draw is never really a bad result if you're ahead in the match.
Definitely. And actually, I did check out these two's head-to-head, and Zhu Wenjun has a very convincing score against Bibisara. She's won a lot. Okay, a lot of those games were actually from the Women's Speed Chess Championship played back in, I think, 2020. But it's definitely something that might be on Bibisara's mind. But then again, I agree. She's probably thinking, well, I'm a better player now.
Yeah, she was like 3 years old back in 2020, right? No, I'm joking. She was still very young. She's a grandmaster now. She's been a 2-time Blitz champion just in the last few years alone since that moment. So she will believe. But it's always in the back of your mind when you're playing someone a bit more established, a bit older, different generation. You do have some scar tissue from the games they've beaten you in. In the meantime, this one, I think I was going to say, if she wants to win, she needs to push some pawns, Jovanka. I was going to say it's your favorite move, f4, f5 on the board, but c4 instead. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I was pounding the table for f4. In fact, I was super convinced it was going to be happening. Or that, or g4, try to kind of lock out that bishop for good, maybe set up some ideas on the h line. Do I like c4? I'm not going to lie here and say I'm not a big fan because... I don't know. I can see it going wrong, right? Black starts overprotecting points, and the c4 pawn, the d4 pawn could be a liability. But then again, I like the fact that it's actually putting pressure and asking the questions to Zhu Wenjun. Zhu is not really going to be able to take on c4 because after bishop takes c4, there's going to be awkward pressure against e6. So there is a question to be had, and now the question is over to Bibisara. Is she going to go c5 and extend even further, or is she just going to let that tension sit? What would you do, David? Is it a good idea in Blitz to kind of advance with the pawns, or just let things fester in the center for just a few more moves?
Yeah, it's super tough because I think c5 is sometimes desirable, especially I was going to say if the rooks and queens come off. So a bit surprised Zhu Wenjun's going for that. But yeah, in that exact position, it's so anti-positional to allow b6 breaking the head of your pawn chain. I think maybe black should have gone for that immediately. So yeah, c5 is double-edged. C takes d5 would have been like a draw offer. So I'm not surprised she didn't go for that. Bibisara, she's got blood on the mind. But yeah, it's still probably level, but it definitely feels like white's having more fun. Or at least slightly more enthusiastic about this endgame, Jovanka.
Yeah, and definitely, if you want to win this endgame, you have to keep the queens on. I think it's a pure bishop ending would have been a draw. But okay, the queen is doing some great things there. Queen f4, eyeballing f6, about to jump into d6. So Ju Wenjun, she's a fantastic endgame player. We all saw how she beat Ali Reza in Tata Steel in 2024. And yeah, she's not allowing a queen into d6. No way, Jose, on that one. And no, both players, I think, doing all the right stuff.
Yeah, I think we're going to learn a lot from this 5+1 portion, just especially Bibisara's black openings. If she continues being successful with black, like I know she lost the first game on time, but she had a great position. But if she keeps doing decently with black and then going for these slightly better positions with white, she might win like 1 in every 10, but she's unlikely to lose too many of these positions with white. So I think she's kind of got a decent plan, kind of opening strategy with the white pieces. Yeah, it really depends on how aggressive Zhu Wenjun's feeling, I feel. Yeah, this one, she's lost her advantage, by the way. She's got to be careful not to allow the black queen into h2. But yeah, should still be relatively safe for white. King g1, king f2.
I agree
Yeah,
with you.
early days. I think we're seeing some trends, though, on the clock.
I agree with you completely. I like this king to f2 just to kind of hold things tight, and the queen is nicely placed on d2, just eyeballing a5. But I was going to say one thing. Bibisara, in her interview with us, did mention that somehow she felt that if she could get within touching distance of Zhu Jin in the round of 16 match, if she could just match her on the 5+1 and the 3+1, she somehow felt very confident in the bullet. And that tells me something about her mindset. And I feel that this might be her approach here as well. Just be very, very close, be solid, and then let chaos reign when it comes to 1+1.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Like, she is the younger player. She looks very confident on the mouse, very confident making big decisions in the bullet, just in that round of 16. So if it's neck and neck, or if she's within 1 or 2 point striking distance, I think she'll really fancy her chances. Of course, that is miles away. She's still got well over an hour of play left across this and the 3+1 portions. But it's nice to know that she kind of fancies her chances if it gets to that point. And in the meantime, not much changing here. I'm going to say, Ivanka, the bishop exchange probably helping black slightly. No pass pawns. That's the real issue for either side here.
Yes, no pass pawns. And it's not going to be very easy for white to create a pass pawn. I was thinking about this a6 pawn break and, trying to get it via queen b6 and then a6. It's because if white could win the c6 pawn, then, that's another kettle of fish. The pawn on c5 will be very strong. But of course, Zhu Wenjun is not going to let that happen. And now she can just more or less sit.
Yeah, you need some waiting moves, though. I would probably want to play g4 just because it feels like that totally blocks the king side. The white king is cut off on the e-file, can never step forward. So by playing g4, you kind of lock the pawn structure. Okay, you can wait with your queen. I was a bit scared because of like some queen d6 checks, but black can always block that. Queen f6, hitting d4 at the same time. Yeah, there should be a draw at any moment, Ivanka.
Yes, this was going to be one of my questions to you, because I thought the king and pawn ending was completely drawn, in the sense that once the white king goes over to the queen side, black is going to be following suit, and there was going to be just no way in. And here, yeah, white has to take that step back, and there's just no way to get into the b6 square. So it is a draw. Well, 22 minutes and 26 seconds left on the match clock. Bibisara was very successful with the black pieces, so we're going to see Zhu Wenjun switch it up, and sure enough, she goes to her trusted favorite, her fianchetto system. And I've seen her win such great games in this. I saw her win against Katerina Lagno in a kind of similar setup. I also saw her beat Sebastian Mazet in Gibraltar many moons ago. It was a fantastic game.
Yeah, one of my favorite setups as well from the white side, especially if you're trying to kind of mitigate any kind of direct attacks that the King's Indian is known for. Yeah, you very much kind of make it more of a positional battle, and pawn to b3, hinting that she's happy to play it slow here. Bibisara is probably going for the plan with rook b8 and b5. Here we go, one of many plans here for black. You can strike with e5 as well. But yeah, I think it's nice to see that Zhu Wenjun is got the confidence, got the ability to switch things up. That's one thing that maybe lower down the rankings, you would see players sticking to the same weapon, same opening again and again. Bibisara actually did that against Zuzhiner quite a lot, playing the same opening. Wasn't always successful, but it's always nice to have a plan B. And Zhu Wenjun already showing it to us. She's already got Connect 4 as well, Jovanka. White pawn chain, beautiful.
Yes. It is beautiful, and I'm expecting black to start undermining it. First with c5, you got to give your a5 knight a hiding place. You got to cover the b4 square. So we're seeing some trades on c6 because black's plan was just to disrupt the pawn chain with b7, b5. So this makes a lot of sense. And there we see rook to c1. Now, I wanted to ask you about what you just said about having a plan B. How many plans must one have in a match like this? Do we need a C and a D?
Well, possibly, and it might be Bibisara who needs a plan B, plan C here, because I think she's dropping a pawn after the knight takes b5. There we go, which is not a difficult tactic. Like the c6 knight is hanging twice now to the white bishop, white rook. In general, to answer your question, Jovanka, I've always gone for a kind of 3-tiered opening kind of repertoire. I remember reading Sir Alex Ferguson's autobiography, and he's legendary soccer manager, and he was talking about like having a squad of players, and I think of that as like having an opening repertoire, and it's kind of you want your first choice, your starters, the ones you're going to rely on for the whole season, that you trust so deeply. Then you want a bit of a backup to surprise the opponents. It might be a speedy player, or in chess terms, it might be a bit of a tricky opening, a gambit. And then you also want something super solid just to keep control, if things turn against you. And same with the players, you might want those stodgy defenders in chess. I think it's more of kind of having a Marshall up your sleeve, a Berlin, as Zhu Wenjun has already shown. Long convoluted answer, but I hope that answers the question. How about yourself? What kind of strategy do you adhere to?
Do I go for the one-shot wonders these days? I literally the whole Olympiad. I know it was classical chess, but that was literally what I was doing. I was like, okay, here I'm going to go knight f3, and then I'm going to go c4, and then I'm going to go d4, and then I'm going to throw in a trump just because. And it worked well, but I don't know how much you should how good this strategy is. But interesting responses there from Bibisara in the meantime, because we saw queen to d7. I must admit, I've been trying to figure out what was wrong with queen to a8. I don't see it, but okay, she's gone for the kingside attack. Aha, she wanted to go knight to g4 and checkmate on h2, but of course Zhu Wenjun is having none of that.
Yeah, there was some tactics earlier with queen a8, which I think Bibisara might have underestimated. White would have just kind of gone queen c2, defended the rook on c6, and the black queen couldn't have taken on a2. He would have been trapped. Here, it's just the knight and f1. There is no fun for black. There's going to be no checkmates at all. Black queen, black rook, they're going to be up a dead alley on the h-file if she does swing over to h5 now. And it's just an extra pawn, Jovanka. That's the problem.
Yeah. It is. And hang on a sec. I have to go back to that line. Knight on f1, there is no fun. Did you just freestyle that one?
I don't know. I'm very basic with my humor. I just like my rhymes and my puns, my wordplay.
No, I love it too. And I just wanted to know whether it was like a off the cuff moment, or did you prepare it and have it on the books?
A bit of both. I might have used it before. I think I freestyled it once, like years ago, and it's just been in there ever since.
I know. You have my full approval. Whenever there's a pun, I am down for it. Okay, and there you're seeing, rook to b8. Bibisara just on the passive.
Yeah, black's just. I mean, I guess at some point rook c8 might be an idea if white ever moves one of the heavy pieces off the c-file, just a challenge for those open lines, but I don't think Zhu Wenjun is going to move any of those heavy pieces in a4, a5, a6. It's like pre-move territory almost. Okay, queen d3.
But this is what I was going to ask. A4, b4, keep marching those pawns up the board. And there you see, they start a rolling. And there's no way for black to try to initiate chaos. Moves that I'm looking at is f5, f4, and getting nowhere. Okay, rook to b8. But again, black needs to make like 5 moves in a row. He needs to go rook a7, b7, has to hope that there's no rook c8 at the end of the day. And it's just, I don't see any way to mix things up for black.
Yeah, rook c7 is really hard to deal with, actually. You kind of want to play bishop f6, but you get hit by knight e4. Bishop f8. That's a move I hate. It looks like white can just, develop the other rook now, bring the knight in. The pawns can't push, but it just feels like a matter of time here.
Yeah. No. Okay. How to initiate chaos. So for Bibisara, there is one way I can see. So first up, you've got rook a5, follow it by rook h5. And yeah, I know there's a knight f1 and there's a knight f3, but that's one way. That's an idea on the books. And then another way is h5, h4, loosen things up. And there goes Wenjun. Well, she's a killjoy, isn't she? Because there's going to be no fun whatsoever on the king side at all after moves like that.
Yeah, the knight's coming. Knight d4, knight c6 in the air. Okay, black prevents it short term, but yeah, Wenjun, I'm not sure it's her style to play e4, I was going to say, but probably e4 is just very strong there, destabilizing the black queen. She just wants zero fun. This is anti-young player chess, or whatever they call it these days, where you just try and suck all the life out of the position, queen trade, and grind it out in a technical endgame. The white knight will sit on b5 if the queens come off, and black's rooks are just can't get in the game. So keeping queens on, probably the best bet, Jovanka, but still tough.
Yeah. This is, for me, this is good technique, because here Wenjun has just got that beautiful plan: b4, a5, b5, promote a pawn. And Bibisara cannot, as you mentioned, go into an endgame because that is there on the agenda. And look at that, a5 is coming, then b4 is going to be following. And so in order to offset what is a winning plan on the queen side, you have to kind of create some kind of pandemonium on the king side. There's nothing to be done. There's just a queen that's just been moving around without any backup.
Yeah, joined by her rook. That black rook on b5 is so loose. It almost feels like you can win it just by kicking the black queen enough times here off the 5th rank, but maybe black can hold it together just about. Okay, she played b4, allowing the black rook to move, but still feels like those black heavy pieces aren't doing too much. The white pawns are just marching forward. I would want to play h4 at some point, Jovanka, but probably it's fine to just play a6, a7 and promote.
Yeah, be consistent. And well, knight. I love this. It's such safety first chess, but it's so efficient, right? She's just not letting any whiff of counterplay on the king side. And now a6, b5, b6. That is going to end the day.
But wait, Wenjun reacts on the camera. She kind of looked like she almost screamed out there because she's suddenly forgotten that the black rook on f6 hits the a6 pawn, which is about to drop off the board. d5 was a double attack. Computer says she's still winning due to this move, rook c8, which is a bit clutch here because queen e8 is coming with devastating effect. But that was a bit lucky. I think she slightly took her eye off the ball there to continue the metaphors.
Yes, I always call them a happy accident, right? You make this move you think is great, and then your opponent shocks you with a fantastic move, and you're like, oh my goodness me, but I'm still okay. Oh, what's happening?
Bibisara hung her rook. That's what happened. She was lost anyway due to the back rank pressure there, but bit of a sudden anticlimactic end to that game. Wenjun, yeah, getting it done with tactics. That's always how you win these kind of positional grinds in the end. Something tactical has to give. By the way, this is curious. Black should play bishop c5 in this opening. It's so trendy. Black should play bishop c5. It transposes to an opening you're playing with white with colors reversed. Just a tip for everyone at home, this 4 knights with knight d5. But yeah, Jovanka, going back to the point, that was heartbreaking again for Bibisara.
Mm-hmm. Well done. As the burger bot comes up on our screens. Yeah, definitely challenge the burger bot if you're after a nice tasty game of chess. And there we're seeing the bishop coming out to g4. Well, sets up a very nasty threat of knight takes pawn. How do you deal with this pin? So you got some choices. You can first up go bishop e2. What else can you do? Knight takes knight, and then just take on e5. C3 is also, of course, another move. Support the center.
Yeah, C3, very healthy. Bibisara has definitely prepped this. And I believe it was played as well in the Esports World Cup by Andrei Esipenko, maybe bringing this whole idea with an early knight d5 to kind of to more eyes, just to make it more fashionable. Esipenko used it twice against Jan Nepomniachtchi with big success, was winning out of the opening almost on a couple of occasions. It's very tricky, this knight d5 move, but I think it's just a fad. It's just a phase, because it can transpose to basically you're just playing black with the white pieces. And here we go, it's a trade. I'm expecting her to shut it down with d5. There we go. Okay, now we have a normal looking type of position. Finally, Jovanka.
Yes, and well, questions are going to be asked about that bishop. Now, if you step back with a bishop, because I like to keep pins, and then the question for white is, do you lock things down with g4? You know, well, not right now is what I want to say. First go bishop d3, but have it in the back pocket. And this is tempting for me, g4, David. I think many people can read me like an open book. G4, queen e2, castle queenside. Hello, let's have fun. And Wenjun, she's waiting a little bit. But do you think she's going to go for this plan, or do you think she's going to go c4 and castle kingside? And
well, yeah, Bibisara hasn't gone for g4 yet. She hasn't castled her king either, though. So she's kind of keeping us on edge. She's keeping Wenjun guessing as well. I think she's going to go for it. There we go, g4 on the board. Just to mention, oh wow, it's happened again. Knight takes d5 was on the cards a couple of moves ago. It's available again. Bibisara, early blunder. She's losing a pawn here due to a pin on this diagonal. And what's going bad to worse now for Bibisara? Okay, she's all in with the attack now, pawn to h4, but black can simply trade off this bishop, save the g6 bishop here and extra pawn.
Yeah, this is bad news for Bibisara. It's like she hasn't gotten over that loss in the winning position in the first game. That was a very painful moment for her. And okay, she drew, but then we've seen a few just bad moments from her. And there we're seeing, can she mix it up? I mean, it is opposite side castling. There is that in her favor, that she can castle queenside and then just go for the jugular with moves like how to do it, h5 and then a rook g1 and g5 and try to initiate chaos. But ultimately, she is a pawn down.
Yeah, she's a pawn down with bad pieces, unfortunately, as well. Like if you give white another knight, I guess this knight can activate via like f1, g3, f5. Takes a while. But if you give white a knight on d5, or if you give white a dark square bishop, then great chances. But Wenjun, she's very professional. She's very kind of used to these positions. And again, keeping things simple. She plays d5. It looks like she's actually undoubling white's pawns, but she's just trying to simplify this equation. Like e takes d5 is always going to be met by maybe a bishop trade first, but then like e4 locking down. And then black gets a nice jumping square. This looks very tough. Center strategy versus wing play, Jovanka.
Yeah, a great strategy, right? And I love this concept of getting a knight into d3. Yeah, I guess white has to go all in. There's nothing for it, just accept that the pawn on e4 is going to fall and just go h5. Or should you be going g5? Okay, yeah, I'm not a fan of this because h4 is loose. So you can take on e4, sorry, and then try to initiate a mass set of trades. And, because I like to be greedy, have the eye on the pawn on h4.
She hears you. She hears the voice of Jovanka Huska. And she's going to go for this whole variation, it looks like. Wow. Nice prediction skills. There we go. Pawn on h4 drops. I didn't even need to show it. She gets there first. And more importantly, she gets there super quick. Wenjun, 2 minutes up. And, 2 pawns up, I should say. And 1 minute up on the clock.
Yeah, well, it might as well be 2 minutes, right? When you're up so much material. And again, now is a very straightforward plan for her. She just has to consolidate the position. Okay, White has an active rook, but that's about it. Target, as David's pointing out, e3. You can also just make sure that no one is entering on the d5 square. And David, you've also sussed out Ju Wenjun, Queen g5 being played. And now why is this such a bad move? I mean, it just looks reasonable. It's not like you can play anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is very harsh, this question mark. I think the real damage had already been done. I think maybe giving up the e3 pawn and going super active with the white queen was the way, but getting it into d5 is no longer possible. Black has played c6. And yeah, I think Ju and June, over the next few moves, she wants to play like rook e8, maybe g6 to give her king some breathing space, and like e4, clamp down, block that white bishop in, and 2-pawn advantage should tell. I saw some featured chats, Jovanka, saying that Bibisara is already on tilt. I think we'll reserve judgment for now, but it does feel like the speed with which she played. She's only used 3 minutes to get to this lost endgame. And also the type of opening, it feels like she's already activated plan B or plan C. And I'm not sure that's a good sign for her.
Well, talking about sign, there is a good sign for Bibisara on the board because a5 has been awarded a question mark, and that wasn't the answer. So it was probably something to do with what? Why was a5 such a bad move? b4, I was thinking.
Yeah, and you would have been right. Pawn to b4 would have allowed the white rook to get into the 7th rank. So actually, Bibisara leaving that option off the table. She also left her chair for a second there. She should have kept her rook on d1 and tried to get in on the 7th. Your b4 idea actually very opportunistic, but also very important. And instead, she's just kind of waiting, and she plays it, but maybe a bit too late now. Doesn't really get anything done. And the black knight's just coming back to sit on f6.
Yeah. And yeah, I suggested it out of pure desperation. I mean, that was the only reason. Because you never want to be opening up your king like this, but when you're material down and you've burnt all the bridges, you might as well just go the whole hog.
Jovanka, something important is going on in Bibisara's room. She looked very flustered there. She left the board for a second time. She was kind of, I don't know whether the door won't shut or whether there's some noise outside. It looked like something's disturbing her. She's also lost a lot of time on the clock just the last few moves. So any hope there was is dwindling by the second.
And there we see resignation. And Ju Wenjun moves to 3.5 points against half. Bibisara, there's just 3 minutes and 40 seconds on the match clock for the 5+1. So Bibisara has to strike back. She's got the black pieces. And okay, we're going to see a King's Indian defense. Now, that didn't work out well for her in the third game?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I do question, yes, she's down 3 points, but getting another game in this segment when she has black, I don't know. Bibisara, her strategy, a5 is a very rare move. We saw on Ju Wenjun's camera that she raised her eyebrows when black played a5, because it doesn't really contribute to anything. Normally, you kind of play a6 and b5, if anything. A5 is only an idea in the King's Indian if you want to carve out the c5 square for a knight, but that is a distant dream right now. So very interesting seeing Bibisara kind of freestyle in the opening here. It does feel like maybe that T word, the tilt, slightly affecting her, but she just needs that one momentum breaker. She needs a draw here or a win to get herself back into this match now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ju Wenjun doing all the right things. Bishop e3, she's going to step up with the queen and try and target the bishop on g7 by going bishop to h6. And as David's indicating, don't take that pawn on a4. First up, you open up the line for the rook, but also there's some tactics. Yeah, this looks very nice. Just go b3, reinforce your center, and I'm expecting Ju Wenjun not to react to this pawn break e5. Definitely not be going d5, because I think that would fall into Bibisara's hands. But there we're seeing d takes e5. And yeah, definitely, as that featured chat there from Sambuca 2020 saying Bibisara really needs a draw or a win. She definitely needs to keep within striking distance of Ju Wenjun, because Ju Wenjun is a powerhouse in the 5+1 and the 3+1. So yeah, we haven't seen too many comebacks. We saw a big comeback from Alice Lee in the 3+1, but not that many.
Yeah, Alice Lee was definitely the biggest comeback of the WSCC this year so far. She lost, what was it, 3 games in a row at some point, but then she bounced back with 4 or 5 wins in a row. So yeah, it's never over until the clock says it's over. Bibisara needs to take some inspiration. Knight d5 has landed. You never want to take that knight because it only opens the c file for white. So I was expecting maybe bishop to e6, but queen c8 was hitting a undefended pawn, or insufficiently defended pawn. Defended, protected now. And Ju Wenjun, she's going to go for your plan, Jovanka, in the near future. Step the white queen up, swing the white rook to d1, everything nice and centralized, and definitely kind of onus on black here to try and alleviate the tension.
Yeah, the onus is definitely on black and to break out, And one of the things, though, is that white enjoys all the space. The great pawn structure, the bishop on g2 is a fantastic piece. It's eyeballing b7. The knight on d5, as David mentioned, cannot be captured because the rook just steps up. And I just love what she's doing here. She just keeps on provoking weaknesses. h6 is going to be a problem if black plays that. The white knight can just return, and it's going to be a little bit sensitive over there. And there's really no plan of action. And when I'm playing chess, I really want to be connecting the rooks. And there's no good way to do that. So I do like this actually response from Bibisara, knight to d4. This is nice.
Yeah, very nice. And just to put it on the board, this knight cannot be captured twice at least. Taking this knight twice would suddenly reveal why Bibisara has lured the white king to h2, because now you can flick in a check defended by the black bishop, and the white queen drops off next move. You take the knight, you lose your queen, and that would be disaster. So knight d4, actually a bit of an annoying move. c6 isn't in the air yet, because, for example, if white just waits, c6 is always met by knight b6 with a bit of a fork. So I'm expecting something very patient from Ju Wenjun, but she's clearly uncomfortable after this last riposte. 94.
Yeah. And I must admit, knight d4 wasn't on my radar, which then kind of begs the question that knight to g5 was perhaps just too much. And there we see Ju Wenjun react by trading her great knight. Okay, she wants to go knight c3 and then go knight to d5, just to alleviate some of the issues here. But now black feels like they're over the worst of it, right? Now knight to c3 can be met with c6. Aha. Bishop to g5, threatening knight to f6. Now, I would not let a knight go into that square. But it doesn't look like black has too many options, because you can't go rook e6 on account of knight to c5.
Yeah, knight c5 was always an idea in this position. So she reacts with bishop to c6. I think that's very clever. Like knight f6 will cost black the dark squared bishop, but there's no mate yet. In the meantime, trading off what could potentially be a bishop pair makes sense. The black queen is now opened up. Actually, if we see knight f6, there would have been some captures, and the black queen coming out to f5. White's bishop would have been really embarrassed there. Maybe queen f5 still on the cards. Pawn to f5, another move. Question mark. This is a golden opportunity for Bibisara. Jovanka, the computer points out that black is actually better in multiple lines, but pawn to f5 is the strongest of them all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm pawn to f5, unsurprisingly. For anyone who knows me, is what I'm going to be looking for, because, yeah, knight to f6 is happening, but you take control of the center, and the dream is actually to go all Dutch and kind of go f5, e4. So f5 is still very much in the air. Lock this bishop out on g2. I find it so awkward to handle that particular setup.
Okay. Big moment for Bibisara. She might be tempted to give this bishop for the knight and then play moves like f5, which kind of also makes some sense. It depends which bishop you want to give up. And again, just while she thinks to put it on the board, f5 is so... Oh, she plays rook a6. I was going to say f5 is super strong there for a couple of tactical reasons, but they're not going to appear on the board anymore. Rook a6, a bit of a missed opportunity. And okay, the game continues. I do think the trend's in her favor, though. Not on the clock, just on the board, Bibisara. So still something to be confident about.
Yeah, and rook a6 is a move designed to fight against knight to f6, because the big idea is that once the trades happen, yeah, there is going to be a rook just pointing at that bishop on f6, and after bishop takes g2, well, then everything will go black's way. But definitely f5, though, is still very much in the air.
Mm-hmm. It's even stronger now if black gets it, now that knight f6 isn't a possibility. So I really kind of do like Bibisara's move, despite the fact the computer thought it was a missed opportunity. And yeah, sooner or later, she's got to punt f5. She's got to try it before the opportunity gets taken away. I'm not sure exactly what White's next move is, though. Bishop takes knight is kind of the move she's hinted at, Wenjun, but you never really want to take that one. Just opens up the e-file and gives black the bishop pair. So there we go, f5. We have fire on the board.
We do. We live, as James Canty would say. And I like f5. I was also thinking rook to d8, get those moves in with tempo, but you're threatening knight to f3 as well. And yeah, you definitely don't want to be going bishop takes knight. But yeah, bishop takes knight, perhaps the only move to be played. And now knight c5, just keep those attacks going, because White is actually really struggling for a plan, because there's going to be a target. E2 has its days numbered, because rook to e1 is kind of holding it passive, but once you kick away that knight, then you can just pile up on the pawn.
Yeah, this is the type of position that could very quickly turn, though, in White's favor, just because White's knight is untouchable. It's on an outpost pretty much, especially after c5 now. You can never really kick that knight away. Black's bishop, meanwhile, is a bit stuck. So I don't think Zhu Wenjun's too unhappy anymore. In fact, the eval bar immediately says level after the last couple of moves. I think I would take white here suddenly, Ivanka. I think this idea, I missed it initially, like bishop takes d4, knight c5, knight d3, set up this blockade. Very classy positional touch. I think it was underestimated by Bibisara.
Yes, I mean, the knight is very good on d3, but on the other hand, I mean, black has a lot of space, and it's very nice to play with space, but I tell you something that Bibisara does not have, and which makes me very, very concerned. She doesn't have too much time. She's under 30 seconds. It is the kind of position where things can go wrong. Zhu Wenjun can start to unravel. She's got a strong pawn on c5. The pawn on a3, it's a target, so I can just see like a future where there's like knight to f4, queen to b4 coming in, and yeah, there you see. It is already on the egg, and there was in c6, and already white is starting to inch forward.
Yeah. Very surprising that, to my eyes at least, that the rook landed on e5 looks like an awkward square. Why not e4? That looks so much more active. Defending the d4 pawn, make sure that white can't play knight d3 with tempo. Some slightly strange decisions, but okay, still ultimately very balanced. It's all about the clock, I feel. I think you called it, Ivanka. Like, we're going to learn so much from this time scramble. It's officially 0.00 on the 5+1 counter. So this is the last game of this portion. But this is the last chance as well for Bibisara to strike back. Bishop to h6 was apparently very strong there, hitting the white rook, and would have won the c6 pawn potentially, still on the cards for later. But this is turning suddenly with a pin. Oh, this could go either direction.
Yeah, it can go either direction, and the pawn on c6 is super strong. But then again, how is Zhu Wenjun going to handle it? She's down to 20 seconds on the clock. So we're also going to see how good Zhu Wenjun under pressure. So there we see attacking the knight while things are really heating up. You can't take the pawn on d4 because there are discovered attacks against the queen with the bishop.
Mm-hmm. White has stability. The white queen, white knight looking good. The white rook now infiltrating. It does feel like Zhu Wenjun's got the upper hand on the board, but this is the first time we're really seeing her under time. Learn a lot either way. c6 is going to fall in return for that d4 pawn, still level material. Any endgames, black might be better, with that pawn on a3, so close to touchdown. This one is turning. Rook takes rook here. Start going for it on the queen side. c4, c6, c5 available. Bishop coming. Ivanka, she might be doing it.
She might be doing it, and the bishop is going to find itself on b2. Now the b4 pawn has fallen, and players just on seconds left on the clock. And we see a trade, but okay, it's a rook and pawn endgame. This one looks to me like it's going to be headed into a draw. Now, the main thing is don't actually go rook a1 and a2. If you do that, you leave your rook passive. But it's much, much better to do as Bibisara is doing, just marching the king in. Keep those options open. Keep asking the questions.
Oh, wow. She's really gambled there, Bibisara. She's given up her h-pawn. She's going to rush the black king forward, but she's giving up her whole king side in return. White's king is coming forward, and it's a pure race now. Computer says draw, but races are always so difficult to calculate. Rook takes a2 is necessary just before black could block with rook a3 there, and it's 3 pawns versus a rook. Prediction time. Jovanka, who's going to get there? Both sides so low on time.
They're so low on time, and the black king is so far away. I have a horrible feeling that this endgame might be a very difficult one to try and win. So that's where we're seeing the repetition, and it's a draw. Oh, wow. That was very intense game there. Players just seconds left on the clock. But it's an interesting tale, though, because Wenjun having a comfortable advantage. Bibisara comes back. Bibisara is the one low on time, and then she manages to mix things up. And well, what do you gather from that game, David?
Yeah, Bibisara looks very calm. We saw her still sitting there after the game had finished. I think she should take a lot of heart from that last encounter, Bibisara. She had some chances. She had a worse position at some point and was lower on the clock, but managed to kind of fight back and actually had some real opportunities to take that one. Ultimately, though, she broke the losing streak. She lost 3 games in a row. She's back. That's ended. The 5+1 portion has ended, more importantly. And now, quicker time format. She's the younger player. She's a 2-time World Blitz champion. She will believe. She's still in striking distance. There's still enough time. But of course, Wenjun still, at the moment, a bit of a favorite.
Yes, Wenjun taking a 3-point lead. But for Bibisara, it's all about getting that comeback magic. And talking about magic, well, we have something special in the air because the Spell Chess Championship begins August the 14th. And everyone is invited to enter. Whether you're a wizard with the spells or a complete novice, you've got time to practice the magical variant and duel your way to the crown. For everything you need to know, use !spellchess in chat. And we're going to be right back with the 3+1 after this very short break.
To show you some special and fun moments from your career and have you reacting to those videos.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, this tournament means a lot for me. Also, I learned some from my opponent. I feel she is really has some fighting experience and plays nice.
Every time after the game, we do this kind of stuff. Like she says something, maybe I just think about something funny during the game. I just can't hide my emotion. I want to laugh and yeah, something like.
It's difficult to hold in.
Yeah, I think she's better than me, kind of this stuff, because maybe after interview and she will ha 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 something like that.
So excited every single day because if there's many draws in classical, we always get the law of Armageddon. There were also many days with lots of decisive games in classical. Super exciting to see. And today, I think this is the peak of how this format is delivering.
Yeah, actually, now I remember what happened because she told me some jokes. And when we sit there and we know and what she talk to me, and we just can't hide our emotion because she talked some like really funny jokes like some like on the rest day, and when I saw her face and I just think about that jokes and I just can't become like a normal person.
It's your time to shine. The Chess.com Community Championships are open to anyone, whether you're a grandmaster or just starting out on your chess journey. Each month, Chess.com offers one community championship. From Bauhaus to Hyperbullet, you can always find a fun and exciting variant to enjoy with your fellow chess fans. So mark your calendars because on August 14 and 15 we will have a Spell Chess. Spell Chess is a variant where players can cast spells in addition to making regular moves. There are two types of spells: Freeze, which temporarily stops pieces from moving, and Jump, which lets a piece leap to almost any square. And did we mention the cash prizes? The Spell Chess Championship has a $2,500 prize. All you have to do to play is join the community club, watch for the announcement each month, and join any of the 8 qualifying arenas. We'll see you there at the next Chess.com Community Championship.
Hi, I'm International Master Ivanka Hauske, and welcome to my first course for Chessable, starting out the Caro-Kann. Light square strategy is what I like to call it. You put your pawns on light squares, you develop your pieces, and then when the time is right, you break out in the center. What I need you to do is get in the focus of quick development. Knight takes g7, check is possible, king moves to f8, attacking the knight, and now after knight to h5, what we want to be doing is first asking that question to the knight, because white can immediately go wrong with knight to e2. We simply go knight to b4, and this bishop and the knight have orchestrated a sneak attack against c2, and now black is totally winning. There are lifelines to help you remember the piece configurations, there are guidelines, there are cautionary tales, and of course there are my trademark phrases, all to help you get a good Caro-Kann. And we are back, and here we're seeing on our screens Wenjun, who is currently nursing a 4-1 advantage against Bibisara Asal behavior. But the time control has shortened, the pace is going to be quick, and I tell you what, the tension, well, it tends to skyrocket. So Wenjun, she's got the 3+1, half an hour of chess ahead of her. David, I'm going to ask you, what does Wenjun have to do? Does she just have to continue playing exactly in the same way as she did in the 5+1, or should she shake things up a bit?
Yeah, I think Wenjun won't be trying to do anything different. I think she'll be solid as black. She's been playing e4, e5, these Berlin defenses, just trying to neutralize Bibisara. And I think it's very much up to the younger player here, Bibisara, to try and do something. I think naturally, because of the time format, she'll get some chances. She's going to have to do it the hard way. 3-point deficit against the reigning world champion. Nobody wants to be in that situation. But Ivanka, there were glimpses in that first portion, if she can put it all together, that she has the ability to strike back.
Exactly. Although Bibisara lost on time the first game, she really was working the magic there. And she starts off with the white pieces, and now the knight jumps into the d5 square. And, well, here we have a totem pole, as we like to call it, on the D line.
Yeah, it looks like the pawn should be the other way around. The black d4 pawn, white d5 pawn, they've come kind of somehow swapped roles. And yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. Just as there's a bit of a pause now, a bit of a lull, this is totally fine for black. This position, especially after this en passant capture, I think black's actually going to be better here in the near future. I just want to point out, Ivanka, okay, a bit of a tangent, but I'm going to jump in and say, in this opening, if we go back to this moment where knight d5 was played, bishop b5 is one of the main lines in the four knights, knight d4, and one of white's best moves is bishop back to c4. And if you switch roles here, white has played knight d5. If black just plays bishop c5, it's the same exact position. And I think Bibisara is just relying on the fact that Wenjun isn't familiar with the nuances here, but you're basically playing with white, with black. So it's kind of interesting to see both players still continue to play on. But okay, that's a bit of a tangent. We jump back to the game where the queens were off the board, and We jump back just at the moment when Wenjun's blundered. Commentator's curse. Sorry, everyone, for taking you away. She's just missed this move, bishop to a3. She actually moved her bishop away to f6 rather than to d6, where it would have kept everything defended. And suddenly, this pawn is dropping.
Yeah, there's no way to defend it. You know, you can't go b6 because the bishop is zooming down and eyeballing a8. So off goes the c5 pawn. And the problem is that d4 is also very, very weak. And excuse me for asking, but how are you going to untangle the bishop on c8? It's tied down to the protection of b7.
Yeah, good luck getting that bishop out. Like, the rook can't move to b8 because a7 will fall in a lot of positions. I wouldn't be shocked to see like bishop e7 in the near future as well, just forcibly getting to the 7th rank. That actually looks very, very tempting and strong. But even if white were to wait, like d3, she's played, looks fantastic anyway. This is a must-win, Jovanka. It's clear now. Bibisara has to take this point if she wants her way back into the match.
Yeah, and actually psychologically, if she does not win this game, it is going to be very difficult for her because she'll feel like she's jinxed, that she can't even win the games where Wenjun just blunders. So bishop e7, as you mentioned, the rook is now going to infiltrate onto the 7th, and you have to take bishops. And now it's quite simple. You just have to, you're threatening rook to e8, so bishop to d7, but the pawn on a5 is also weak. And I love this move. Anchor the bishop to the c4 square, have it eyeball f7. Love it. Great technique.
Yeah. Now I'm guessing she's going to play f3 or rook e2. She does put everything on light squares. Normally, you don't want to put pawns in the same color as your bishop, but as you mentioned, Jovanka, c4 is like the perfect home for it, for this piece. And then you just need to find a second avenue of attack, second way in. Maybe the d4 pawn might drop off in the near future. Black is very, very tied up. I do slightly worry that she's not gone for the maximum, Bibisara. She could probably have won the a5 pawn or b7 pawns, or she could have had more, but still dominant position here.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just enough to be practical, right? You don't have to play perfect chess. You just have to do what is necessary. And she is doing exactly what is necessary here. And now it's just a question of gradual improvement. Get the king to better square. I'm expecting the rook also to slide up. I don't feel that there's a big rush for white to actually make those advances, although you are eyeballing rook e7. That is quite a nice move. I like it, rook e7. But I was just thinking you go, yeah, bishop b5. I was actually just thinking you waited out rook e2. You'd be proud of me for just waiting.
I'm always proud of you, Jovanka. Anyone who's a pawn up and is happy to sit on that advantage for another 50 moves is a winner in my book.
Thank you. I've been learning from the best, and now, yeah, she has a chance to do it again. Just wait, go. Rook e2, king e1, king f2. I don't even know where I'm going. Just not doing anything.
But yeah, I actually learned that type of strategy from playing way too much blitz chess in my youth. Like, you just wait and wait and wait, and then your opponent collapses when they're low on time. And actually, I think Bibisara probably playing c3 makes life a lot easier for Zhu Wenjun. She knows what she's actually doing now. She's just fighting against the advance of the white d pawn. Bishop d5 is questionable, though, apparently. I think white's just going to take everything off now, start pushing the d pawn forward, bring the king. But yeah, in general, in long chess, blitz, whatever the format, like, patience is a bit of a virtue. So she could have waited, played super quick moves for the next 20, 30 turns, and then when Zhu Wenjun's low on time, then gone for the win. But in the meantime, apparently Zhu Wenjun's made an error, and it's something similar to what she did against Tan Zhongyi in the World Championship. She's, after d5, she kind of got her kind of rook cut off. King b5, king b6 would have just been winning there, but not found by Bibisara.
Yeah, I was surprised not to see d5 and king b5, but okay. As it stands, she's still got many ways to improve the position. I do like this move h4, just dislodging that rook from the g line. And now the rook is going to go to b8 and start to harass. The d pawn is still very much mobile, though, so that makes it a winning advantage. And there we see Bibisara. She just got over 30 seconds. Is it something that will stress her out, having so little time on the clock?
I don't think it will in itself, Bibisara, the fact that she's dropping low on time now. I think it's more the fact that she still hasn't found a direct way to win. And she has been winning now for about 30 moves, Bibisara. And often you get a bit twitchy. Rook f4, come on, rook f4, go for some pawns. But yeah, you start to get a bit impatient if your opponent keeps surviving like this. Zhu Wenjun's doing a great job. I saw it in the featured chats there. Some people thinking she's going to save this one now. Women's World Champion. If Zhu Wenjun holds this, I don't see any way back for Bibisara psychologically.
Yeah, I also think Bibisara would have to draw on an immense strength if she wants to remain in this match. If this ends up in a draw, but now, okay, you have to take on a5, and then you have to start. I would drive the king back. Yeah, that's what we're seeing here. And the question is, can you go after the f pawn and use the king just to keep an eye on the rogue b pawn?
Yeah, beautiful strategy. She goes 2 pawns up now. Exactly what you highlighted there, Jovanka. The white rook does the kind of heavy lifting of pawn grabbing. The white king calmly acts as a bodyguard, tying down the black rook to the black pawn. And as long as she keeps 2 of the 3 white pawns alive, she should be winning.
Yeah. And which 2 of the pawns should she keep? Okay, she doesn't have a choice because Zhu Wenjun chooses for her. But there we see the a pawn falls off, and now it's just a case of advancing. You can give a check, and now the problem is that black king has to step back. If it steps forward, the king is cut off from the advance of the f pawn. So this is great stuff, and now the white king just has to find a home. You can kind of snake your way around to support the f pawn. I would choose that one. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, she
can even come round, right?
Yeah, give up the d pawn. Exactly what you said, Jovanka. She's coming round. Lucina position incoming.
It's here we're seeing it. It's quite funny, I once had a game where I had the Lucina position and my opponent resigned, and then the person sitting next to me also had the Lucina position, but they couldn't win it because my opponent had resigned, so they couldn't just look over and look at mine.
Well, it's like being in an exam and someone covers their paper so you can't cheat, can't copy off them. That's not fair. That's not cool. Should be helping out a fellow player. Endgames are hard.
My opponent. Yeah.
Yeah. Just to mention, I have seen some big mistakes in rook endgames lately. So it's a good reminder. I'm going to go study some in future. In one of the speed chess women's speed chess championship games we were covering in the round of 16, white pushed a pawn too far, meaning the king couldn't come in and there was nowhere to hide. Very well-known motif. Yesterday, Vaishali lost kind of one of the first games you kind of learn to hold in chess. So yeah, the rook games are tricky, even for the best players in the world. But that one, I'm going to say, Bibisara, well done. She's back in it.
She is back in it. She's narrowed the gap down to 2. 20 minutes and 20 seconds remaining, and the 3+1 portion. She has the black pieces, so it's a question of surviving as Zhu Wenjun just starts to ramp up the pressure. The knight is coming into g5, and so this explains why she did that knight jump in the previous game. She was using pattern recognition for when the bishop is on b2.
Exactly. In that previous game, there was already a black pawn way down on a3, and not much else had changed. The white rook was on c1. The white bishop had moved out the way. She was relying on this exact pattern. The black bishop is hit. b7 is slightly vulnerable. Giving up b7 now. Wow, big decision. Does white trade bishops and go for the pawn? This looks fraught with danger, Jovanka. Eval Bar starting to prefer black. Oh, watch out. After a bishop trade, the knight is coming. The rook is coming. This looks scary.
This is scary, and the pawn is also coming as well. I'm just also seeing e3 is on the agenda. I'm not sure that one should have been tempted to sideline the knight. And
Rook e5 wins on the spot. Rook e5 followed by rook h5. Game over. White gets checkmated. She'll have to lose her queen after rook e5. Zhu Wenjun about to get beaten in a miniature. It's only 19 moves in. Bibisara has to find this move. She stopped. What do you think, Jovanka? Is she going to find it?
Well, it's one of the key ideas, right? You're either going to go knight e5 or you're going to go rook e5. So She stopped. You just have to do some quick calculation. Queen takes knight. Is there any way to cover h2? The white king cannot run because the pawn is there on e2, so it's going to get checkmated. So, yeah. Rook e5, she finds it, of course.
Wow, what a find. Double exclamation mark, because it is a sacrifice. Black is giving up the knight, but rook to h5 would end in checkmate. Nothing to be done there. So the white queen falls, and Zhu Wenjun, wow, suddenly for the first time in this match is looking very uncomfortable. Knight to f3. Oh, what a way to finish it. It's going to be checkmate anyway, and brutal from Bibisara.
Absolutely brutal as Bibisara begins a 3+1 with a bang, winning the first 2 games. Yeah, absolutely boss work there from Bibisara. She has the white pieces. She keeps going for this knight to d5 idea. And, well, we're going to see some explosions in the center.
Yeah, and I know I went off on a tangent about the opening, like a bit earlier, but yeah, it's tricky when you keep getting hit by this idea you haven't really seen before from Zhu Wenjun's side. I think it's difficult for her psychologically. Bibisara now is hammering away, like insisting on this variation every time. I'm expecting her to play either bishop d3 or maybe to trade something with her knight now. But yeah, this next game is so vital. Like, I can't remember Zhu Wenjun losing 3 games in a row. Jovanka, it must have been ages in her career. And yeah, Bibisara, what a match. So many times we see someone dominate the 5+1, but then the other side dominate the 3-minute portion.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're talking there from Sambuca 2020. Completely agree. Well, the queens have come off the board. The pawn structure is pretty symmetrical. And it's just a question of where you're going to put the pieces, who is going to have what role. And the knight is sidelined there on a5, but I'm going to say that actually I quite like Black's position on the account of that knight, at least on a5, is going to go to c4. And there we're seeing that Zhu Wenjun making the trade, just getting ready to put that knight on that square. And also, one thing is that the pawn on e5 can easily be defended with an f6. And the f6 not only kicks away the white knight, you have to do it at the right time, obviously, but also will control the knight circuit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, f6 in the near future. Bibisara did play a very anti-positional move. She played bishop g5. Like, Black's bishop was so bad on f6. Like, normally you want a good knight versus bad bishop. You want to trade everything else off other than that bishop, but she traded, so now it should be level. Although, I don't know, still a lot of play left. The black knight on c6 misplaced, and rook d5 very timely, meaning that f6 now isn't really available due to knight e6 ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you want to take here, because white gets a very strong pawn on d5.
Yeah, suddenly I kind of spoke too soon, because there was a lot of pressure, because white was just going to double up the rooks and force black to come to a decision. And now, you got your pawn chain. I'm expecting c4 to make an appearance. David connect 4. White wins.
Very happy with that one. Beautiful. Game over. Black's got a connect 3, but not quite the same. It's just about trying to get like a timely d6 or c5 break now. Jovanka next.
Yeah, and I think it's completely in that direction, because there's no other way for the white queenside pawn majority to get mobile, because it's a bit slow to go a3, b4, c5, and on you go. You kind of want to be doing it via radical means. And I like this move, g4, with the idea of going knight to e4 and then getting in your d6 pawn. Just attack the base of the pawn chain.
Exactly, and if the black king is too far away, like knight e4 after d6, you can sometimes even afford a rook trade, and the white queenside majority, the outside pass pawns, they could start running. g4 also just makes it very difficult for black to challenge the light squares. And okay, the knight gets in. This is either inspired decision by Zhu Wenjun, meaning that the white knight is kind of unable to do anything, or it could backfire. That knight could be super strong. I'm expecting f4 in the near future. Or, wow, tactics alert. Jovanka, she's on fire right now. Quick transition there, and she's winning this rook endgame.
Yes, she can go rook to d8 and then go rook to b8. And that b pawn, okay, that wasn't the solution, even though it looked really, really tempting.
Yeah, I think maybe even stronger was to play rook d6, tie down the black rook on a passive square, and then just run with the white king, because now the black rook can actually stop the white king coming in. So there was a big difference. I agree with you. What she did is way more human, way more tempting. So I can't blame Bibisara there, but missed opportunity. She should have put her rook on the open file. I think a good tip for everyone at home, just keep those rooks active.
Yeah, it's quite funny because rook to d6 was my natural instinct. And then I was like, oh yeah, rook b7. And then you look at rook d8, it comes a check. Okay, well, rook to c6. Well, this allows the king to start to inch forward. Look at that, king e4, king d5. How are you going to defend b6? Things are looking complicado for black.
Yeah, that was inspired decision by Bibisara. She corrected her own mistake from earlier. Okay, the f3 there apparently not most accurate. Maybe she could have just taken on h5 since the black king is tied down to g7. But yeah, she was correcting her mistake. She realized she should have kept the rook on the d file, brought the king in. Instead, she's going to try and do it the long way around now. Still looks very difficult for black to defend. And then we see Wenjun apparently has messed this one up. And I think she can just take this pawn, win a pawn here, Jovanka.
Yeah, that's what I would be looking at, to take the pawn, win the pawn. But Wenjun, she is counting on the black rook swinging over to h6 and eyeballing h4. So it's funny because Wenjun, she's renowned for her endgame technique. And one of the principles that you are meant to do in rook and pawn endings is get active with your rook. Rook on h6, take on h4. And then that rook is a big nuisance in the position.
Rook h6 and... lo and behold, she plays the most natural moves, Bibisara, and the advantage has gone. Chess is so cruel. As I said earlier, rook games are so hard. Like, even these world-class players we're watching, like, it's so tough to maintain the accuracy here. She's still a favorite. She's still a pawn up, Bibisara, but now she has to go passive with her rook. The black rook is getting active. I think this is actually going to be a draw suddenly. Inspired defense as well from Wenjun, I've got to say, giving up a pawn just to get her rook active.
Yeah, interestingly, I think the best, I just checked with the engine, the best response for white would have been actually to throw in a check on h5 first and then capture on f5, because then the rook would never have been able to get active. But as it stands, the rook is a beast. Look how it is just really just raining ragged. I mean, running ragged is what the word I want to be using. Running ragged. And it's going to go rook to g2. He's got eyeballs on a2. b3 is also vulnerable. So I love the fact that Wenjun is fighting back. And whoa, I say that, and the evaluation bar starts creeping. This was a misstep.
Yeah, it's still so easy to go wrong for black. And look at this. It's because she allowed the white pawn to step forward. Now this white pawn's probably going to drive itself forward to h7. If she can force a rook trade somehow, then any king or pawn endgame is winning for white, because the white has the outside pass pawns. She's let the black king in front, though. Question mark given. That's so hard to understand why this square is wrong compared to other squares. And Wenjun, always lead with the king. That's kind of rook and pawn endgame wisdom. Lead with the king. Your king pushes the blockader back. And now we might see... Well, I'm not going to predict anything, Jovanka. It's a time scramble. I was going to say we might see a white win, but there we go. Things changing every move.
Yeah. Now we're going to see a white win. You can go rook to b5, right?
Yeah, rook b5. The white king is so much nearer than the black king. This should be winning now for Bibisara. She's throwing her king forward. Again, this is good strategy. King forward first. There we go. And if the A and B pawns are traded off, we might see another Lucina position.
Yeah. And, well, we probably will see the king step up one square further. And now, yeah, this is beautiful touch.
Really well calculated from Bibisara. She's going to win this king and pawn endgame because black will not be able to get back and block in time. King b7, only winning move, but enough to block the black king. And there we go. We have a level match. Bibisara has won 3 in a row against the women's world champion.
Yeah, absolutely insane as well. Wenjun, such a good player. I mean, let's not forget she is also the women's world blitz champion. And here Bibisara is just proving online that she is the queen at this time control. And she just keeps on hitting her with all of these openings that she's pre-prepared. And there we see Wenjun. She's like, okay, I'm going to go e4. And then we see some change, c5.
Yeah, Wenjun going back to her opening from game 1, where she actually won on time in a losing position. She slightly switched it up, putting the white bishop on e2 rather than a4. Now we have a Maroczy bind. This has got a good reputation for white, so not surprised she went back to this Wenjun. But yeah, inside she must be reeling, Jovanka. I think we've all been there. We've all lost games and all gone on bad streaks. But this format of the Speed Chess Championship is unique because they keep playing and playing. There's kind of no respite for anyone, especially mid portion like this.
Yes, okay, so she's lost 3 games in a row. Can we officially say that perhaps Ju Wenjun is on tilt? Or are we going to say just some bad moments? Anything can still happen.
A bit of both. I think we can't blame her too much. Bibisara has been like playing out of her skin. She's been playing fantastic chess. But yeah, it's got to get to you as a chess professional. Losing 3, castling queenside, as they say. Yeah, it's difficult to recover from. Yeah, I think luckily she might stop the bleeding in this game with white, or the portion will come to an end and it'll be down to 1+1 when it's totally different kind of nature of the match. So she won't be able to dwell on it too long.
Yeah. Well, how does one recover from 3 losses in a match like this when you literally have no time in between games? I mean, I know we talked about like how you go into denial and you forget, but 3 games in a row, that's going to be painful and it's going to make its impact.
Yeah. And I have noticed in a lot of sports, and even in chess, in a lot of these knockout matches, like the side who took the early lead, if they get pegged back, then it's actually the one who's been making the comeback. In this case, Bibisara, winning several games in a row. You've kind of been building up this head of steam, but as soon as your momentum drops, so for example, if Ju Wenjun holds this game, or maybe even wins this game, it's very hard to find that second burst of energy to make a second comeback. So Ju Wenjun, she still should take heart from that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's still a lot of play left. We have just under 7 minutes on the match clock. So, and everything still to play for. We're going to see how good, how resourceful is Ju Wenjun as she fights to just hold her nerve and maintain the balance in this match. It's now 4-4. We're seeing knight to e2. Ju Wenjun going back to what she does best, just going for those slow maneuvering types. And now we have a lash out, f5, and awarded a question mark. Yes, you got to be taking that one. And now bishop to h6 is what I'm looking at. Or you will just want to be coming in with your knight.
Yeah. I mean, I was kind of hinting at it, but like normally, again, the side who's got that winning streak behind them, they start to get very, very kind of positive, ambitious moves like f5. Black was probably worse anyway because there weren't any other real plans, no other pawn breaks, but it does feel like it worsens things for black. Now rook e1 is going to come, hitting the e7 pawn. Knight b5 is always in the air. Black's position is so loose right now, Jovanka.
Yeah, was the word that you were looking for, cocky. They tend to get a little bit cocky when you got the momentum on your side. I don't know if that's allowed. I mean, it's a very British word. Everyone uses it.
Exactly. That's what we say in the UK when you're very sure that things are going to go in your favor and you're full of belief. Yeah. But yeah, not always justified, but that's how you think.
Yes, definitely. And well, Ju Wenjun working her magic. But okay, I must say I like this gutsy try with f5. I mean, okay, on a theoretical level, on paper, yes, the engine does not like it, but it does like suit Bibisara's active style of play. She has ideas of doubling on the G line, and at least her pieces, I mean, it's just the G line. I think that's actually just kind of clouding my judgment. And you can't actually go e5. You can't actually move the bishop from d7 because a knight is poised to jump into e6 or d5. So, yeah. So it was just on a superficial level that things looked great.
Yeah, in general, these pawn structures, like having 2 central pawns unopposed, like e7, d6, if it's level material, if you can't push those pawns, it's actually quite bad. Like they're just targets and the opponents have open files. Bishop c6. Knight h5, apparently a step in the wrong direction. I was expecting knight to d5 instead. Okay, given a question mark, a bishop takes f3. Are there some tactics, or does black have to move the bishop out of the way into e5, for example? Okay, she goes back with her knight to d7. I don't hate that either, but knight takes f6 now surely is going to happen. Jovanka, it's still anyone's game. We see the bar sliding up and down, but Bibisara low on time.
Yeah, Bibisara down to 15 seconds and is ticking, and queen to d7, not the correct move, but the most natural one, just to overprotect f5. Now she can go e6. She just has to hold on tight. But Bibisara, watch out. She is very weak on the dark square, so she needs to start generating some kind of play along the G line very quick.
Yeah, black just needs 2 or 3 moves to play rook g6, rook, the other rook over to g8 and counterplay. But ooh, bishop d4 is a huge gamble. Suddenly it becomes really complicated. f5 is hanging, but the eval bar says black is suddenly winning. Queen g7 was a winning move. Wenjun shaking her head. She missed that one. Queen g7 would have hit the g2 pawn and just won the d4 bishop. Again, it's looking fantastic for Bibisara.
Yeah, but this position is still really wild. I mean, take a look at the king. They're on g8 now. It's still very loose. Anything can happen there. You can see 12 seconds and the evaluation bar is just dancing up and down. It's difficult to say who is better in this position because both sides have their play. You know, white has that pressure against f5, and black, of course, is material up, but also has the opportunities to reroute the pieces. And you see everything is turning.
Oh, it's turning. She needed to solidify stuff with queen to g6 a few moments ago. She's dropped her f-pawn. Watch out. That black king now is so weak. Oh, knight f3 check, though, incoming. This is a 3-result game. It's ultra bullet now. They've got to play on seconds alone. But momentum Wenjun right now.
It is, but Bibisara making some great moves. The bishop is on fire, and there you can see e3. The pawn is coming, and the question is, how can Wenjun steady the ship, trading off queens? Wow, that was intense for a while, but now we have a rook and pawn and bishop and knight endgame.
Oh, she's dropped her pawn there. She could have played knight takes h2 and rook d3 check. The white king and bishop were on the same line. Suddenly it's Wenjun again, her game for the taking, but her bishop is a bit offside. She's got to watch out for some forks. Rook d1, that d pawn is so dangerous. 2 seconds though. Wenjun's making moves with under a second every turn. Oh, this is so scary.
Yeah, and the knight's not very stable, and neither is the rook, but anything can still happen, and we're probably going to see a rook and pawn endgame as... Oh! Bibisara wins on time!
Wow.
Oi, oi, oi. Bibisara, wow, with some resourceful play. She survives, she hangs on long enough, she makes it complicated, and she wins on the clock. She is now leading 5 points to 4. 40 seconds of match play remaining on the 3+1, and everything to play for, but things just got wild.
Wow, this is incredible. 4 wins in a row for Bibisara Asalbayeva against the women's world champion at Classical, at Blitz, Wenjun. She must be reeling inside. She barely reacted on the camera. I'm going to give a lot of credit to her. The poker face is incredible. It's next level. But Bibisara, her last move in that game, by the way, so sneaky. It looked like she was going to give some like knight checks, move her knight out the way. The black rook was attacking the white king, but no, she switched it up, played on the other side of the board. And I think Wenjun was trying to play a long move, like rook d8 to d2, but that's a hard one to play with 1 second left on your clock. So I think some very sneaky blitz, like mouse skills coming into play. And credit to Bibisara staying in that one. That could be decisive, Jovanka. It balanced out her losing on time in game 1. Bibisara's victory there.
Yeah, absolutely. And there, David sharing with us some secrets of online chess, like, for instance, when you got no time on the clock. So long moves out of the question, right? When can you pre-move in such a situation, David? Maybe you can give us some thoughts on that.
I'm like the worst person to ask. Like a few years ago, I used to be very good on the mouse. These days, I'm flagging, like blundering left, right, and center. Normally pre-moves. I mean, especially when there's a 1 second increment, you can't really get away with them unless you're putting a piece on top of your own piece. So that's only that only happens if your opponent like allows it. It's only legal in a circumstance that you cannot blunder. But in general, I think the strategy of setting these 1 move traps on the opposite side of the board where your opponent thinks the action is happening. That often causes a bit of shock and causes them to slow down for a second or two. That is the real key. In the meantime, this game, by the way, Bibisara is going all guns blazing for Wenjun again. Like rook on the b file. She's a pawn down, but beautiful pieces. Rook on the b file, maybe rook f3, rook h3. She's going for checkmate. Jovanka, could we see the unthinkable and see 5 wins in a row, 5-0 for Bibisara in the 3+1 section?
Very much possible. From this position, as you mentioned, so many lovely possibilities. Rook to f6. That wasn't on my radar. I understand, that bishop takes rook is not really going to be happening because you concede all the dark squares. But it does allow black to kind of make moves such as queen to e7, setting up a pin. And that makes me a little bit nervous.
It's very flashy, like 10 out of 10 for showmanship here. But yeah, I'm not really sure what the threat is. I guess just rook f1 and just take on f7. And just to show for viewers at home, question mark is given. Black plays the normal move, Hou Yifan, very sensible. Just for viewers at home, very quickly, bishop takes f6. Not a good idea because now the queen and the bishops do all the damage. And this would be a very similar checkmate to when we saw Bibisara employ earlier. So rook f6, untouchable, but not the right direction. And we see a couple more moves. The knight defends f7. Oh, this is still super scary for black.
Super complex as well. I mean, how does white continue? Because the knight on e5, every Sicilian player is like, yeah, I can defend my position with that knight on e5. But okay, but bishop to h6 is in the air. What else? What other ways to make progress? Could you go bishop to, I was thinking bishop g5 as well. Somehow I don't want the rook on f6. I want the f1 rook to kind of lift up and get into the game. Ooh, not the way forward. Bishop c3, not the best move. Now I'd be tempted to take on f6.
Yeah, and the computer points out that taking that rook there and then was the best move. White's queen would have taken back with a check, but black would have been in time since the diagonal was blocked to play queen e7 next and challenge the white queen and defend everything. That would have been small advantage for black, but now she goes back and all the bar drops, blunder, and okay, I've actually seen the engine, so I get away with it there, but knight d7 is one of the refutations, and Jovanka, Bibisara got too carried away with her attack. Now she cannot defend her rook. If you go back, there's g5.
Oh, painful. G5. Well, this would be a very important comeback win for Wenjun because so far, she's lost all of her games in 3+1. So very much needed rook to f6. One rook was there, and now another one appears. But ultimately, Wenjun would just play around that rook. And now you can even go moves like f6, just start the beat back.
Yeah, big material advantage now, although not over. White's d5 bishop is super strong, so we'll see if she can convert this Wenjun. It's going to feel like a real lifeline. She's still got so much time. She's been bulleting this one away. 1.5 minutes still on the clock for black. Yeah, at some point f5 will come. I think that's the way to get the black bishop out of prison, but you got to time it right.
Well, g5 suddenly makes an appearance, which means, as a consequence, f5 is not possible. And wow, the evaluation bar going up, queen to e5 was a big mistake. But is that because you could just simply take the queen and grab on b7?
Yeah, apparently white should have traded the queens off, grabbed on b7 with the bishop, and then grabbed on a6. She's doing the same now. It's still complicated, but without the queens on, white would have had some serious counterplay. White would have had an advantage. Now suddenly, whoa, skewer on the rooks. This position, Wenjun needs to slow down, use some of her time advantage, because she's lost control completely.
And, well, the advantage is gone, and the a-pawn is really got the potential to be a killer. What I talk about the a-pawn. The e-pawn is racing down the board, but it is under lock and key for the time being, and white is very vulnerable on the dark squares. So queen to f4, thread and checkmate. I mean, how do you handle that?
Oof, that is cold-blooded. She's going to walk with her king over in front of the black pawn. That is so inspired, so cool and calm. And it looks like white is suddenly winning. Bibisara on the brink of a 5th win in a row. Wow.
Wow, king f1, king e2. How often do you see a king march? Right when you only have seconds left on the board. And now it is all about the a-pawn, whilst the white king is safe at home on f1. And okay.
Oof. Anything could still happen. A bit of a blunder there, allowing the black bishop to stop the white pawn. The A pawn couldn't have been stopped, but now it's a B pawn. It has been blockaded. Both sides have a blockade on their respective color complexes. The white queen's tied down defending her king. Wenjun, wow. She's being told to attack more by our featured chat here, but she was on the brink of victory now after a queen trade. It's going to be a draw, opposite color bishops. We're going to see Bibisara in the lead heading into the bullet.
Yeah, and they can see neither side being able to make progress in the opposite color bishop. So this is just going to be a draw. Both players have got enough time to even pre-move their moves here. They can go bishop to c6, bishop to f3, and just keep the game going. And here comes the repetition. I just see that Wenjun playing this out of sheer frustration, or... And finally, we have a draw. So we have a 5.5, 4.5 in favor of Bibisara. 1 minute chess coming up. David is the reigning WSCC champion, the reigning women's world champion, the reigning women's blitz world champion. Is she in trouble?
Wenjun is living life on the brink right now. She did stem the bleeding there with a draw in the final game of the 3+1, but it was all about Bibisara. She's got the wind in her sails. She feels like she's on fire. She knows she's good at 1+1. Wenjun needs to bring her A game in order to stay in this competition.
Wow, yes. And talking about A game, well, there's one way for you to bring your A game when you watch our stream, and that is by subscribing to our Twitch channel. So don't forget to subscribe, unlock exclusive emotes of your favorite players, no ads on Chess.com, and fun content during the broadcast breaks. So use !subscribe in chat to level up your streaming experience. And we're going neck and neck into the blistering bullets. Will Wenjun survive? Will she make that comeback? We'll find out after this short break.
Hello everybody, I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and today I bring you a real banger from the Women's World Championship match. An absolute slugfest between the two Chinese giants, Tan Zhongyi and Zhu Wenjun. We are diving into one of the spiciest games of the whole match. Buckle up, this one is fire. Tan starts with the red T opening, nice and flexible, but hold your horses. White can't go d4 just yet, because after a cheeky check on b4, oh boy, problems with the king. Fire in the palace. In the game, Wenjun starts grabbing space like it's Black Friday and makes that bishop on b2 feel lonelier than a rook in the corner. But then Tan smashes open the center, opening up that beautiful a1 h8 diagonal. A straight up runway to the king. The classic knight e5 maneuver follows, pumping up the piece on g2. But then, boom, queen to c8. The black queen is up to something nasty, planning rook d8 and bishop h3 at the same time, looking to snip off white's best piece like a gardener trimming a rosebush. After queen to e6, Tan really should have gotten rid of that knight on f6. That thing's about to turn into her worst nightmare. Black starts pushing those pawns like a bulldozer. The f-pawn shows up to beef up the knight on e4 and opens up a mean threat with bishop f6. It's getting hot in here. Then comes the move that looks weird but is pure genius. g5. It's like, what is this guy doing? But nah, it's brilliant. Black wants to go c4 but doesn't want the white knight jumping into f4 like it's spring break. After a bishop trade, maybe c4 was better there. White breathes a little, dreams of peace, maybe a handshake and a coffee, but no. Black keeps the pressure going like a boa constrictor thanks to superior space and that monster knight on e4. Now comes the poison dagger, knight to f6, huge threat, queen c6 or queen to d5, pinning the knight, followed by g4 and then boom, send them straight to the showers. White plays the only move to survive, queen a8, but then disaster strikes, h4. That move is the kiss of death. Now comes a queen trade, and we are in a totally lost endgame for white. Black has the queenside majority, and the king gets active really fast, heading to d5 to support the pass pawn with c4. It's all smooth sailing for Zhu now. White tries to fight back with e4, but it's way too late. Wenjun breaks into the kitchen, steals the onion, and walks out whistling. After picking the h4 pawn, it's all over, and then g2 hits the board, and white resigns because of the f7, knight e5, followed by knight g6 check. Tan's dreams of becoming world champion go up in smoke.
Wear your love of chess on your sleeve with all new apparel and accessories from the Chess.com merch store. Maybe you simply want a clock that will never run out, or a mousepad that will finally unlock your speed chess potential. Whether you play chess to get energized with your morning coffee, or play into the wee hours of the night and witness the occasional alien abduction, we've got something for every king, queen, and knight in shining armor. Even gift cards for your loved ones who've caught the chess bug. So check out the Chess.com shop for apparel, accessories, and more. Grab your favorites before they're gone.
We are back and it's time for that red hot action that is bullet chess. Well, it has been a match that has kept us on the edge of our seats. First, Wenjun taking the lead, resounding lead, I gotta say, 4-1. Then Bibisara strikes back in the 3+1 portion, and now we're gonna have 15 minutes of pure chaos as we enter the bullets, which is just 1 minute plus 1 second. David, so far, Bibisara is very impressive with the clock, especially and these faster time controls.
Exactly. It's been a tale of two halves, a match of two different stories. It was Wenjun bursting out the blocks with those wins, and Bibisara, clock ticking down, no problem for her. Ultimately, though, this last section is all important. It's going to decide everything. Wenjun has 15 minutes to save her tournament life, and it's not going to be easy. I've got to say, Bibisara, just the speed, the confidence as well she showed in those last few games, it's got to be scaring Wenjun right now. This is going to be one of the toughest speed comebacks of her career, Wenjun.
Yeah, this she certainly needs to knuckle down because her title is on the line, WSCC champion. And there we see Bibisara. Wenjun is in big danger at the moment. And Bibisara, she mentioned in her interview she feels very confident in the bullet stage. Wenjun, I would say that this is perhaps the weakest part of her game, but Bibisara actually is proving that Wenjun had some chinks in her armor in the 3+1, but everything comes down to this moment. David, whilst the players are gearing up, getting ready, what makes a good online bullet player?
Well, you need to be super, you have to have fantastic instincts. You need to be super confident, super fast, goes without saying. Also, you need some weapons up your sleeve. You need very, very good openings that you know like the back of your hand. And I'm going to say that Bibisara has actually won the opening battle for most of the last few games. It's definitely her landing the first surprise. Her who seems to be more well-versed in the systems she's playing. So yeah, there's many great skills needed. You need to be fantastic with the pre-moves, of course. You need to know when, where to kind of start landing the tricks, go into hustle mode. But Bibisara has shown she has all of that up her sleeve. Wenjun needs to prove it now.
And we have kick-off as the games begin. And for Wenjun, what does it take for her to just level up her bullet games? What does she have to do? Well, we see her begin with the white pieces. It is e4 and a different type of Sicilian.
Yeah, again, it's bishop b5 check. She's been playing this consistently. Again, she's gone back to e2, but this time she's played a4 and inserted a5. This is still well-known stuff. Black often allows this isolated a pawn just to get activity down the b file. This is still, again, well-known theory that both players are kind of bashing out here in the early bullet stages. But yeah, sooner or later, Black has to get active. Black has to play like d5 and bishop b7 and try to break open the center. Yeah, I really like how Bibisara is playing, actually. All of the opening. She just seems to know her stuff inside out.
Yeah, she mentioned she'd been working very hard for this. It's a source of pride for her. So now the bishop drops back to e2, and Bibisara saying, "Hey, how about we repeat?" And Wenjun, no, she's trailing by points. She cannot do that. Maintain the tension, and now decision time for Wenjun. Does she try to develop the knight? Does she go e5? E5, I wasn't a big fan of e5, even though I do like my pawn pushes, because the problem is that it's not going to be very easy to maintain that pawn on e5. And you ideally, I want to be backing up with d4 or f4 or bishop f4. And here it comes. You get space.
Yeah, e5 is not so easy to cling on to. It looks like a King's Indian attack, the type that Bobby Fischer used to use successfully in some other very strong grandmasters. But here you don't really have an attack against the Black King. And White's pieces, especially after g takes f3, which was forced in order to keep the White Queen defending the e5 pawn. Yeah, it just doesn't look like you have the weapons to attack here. And wow, this eval bar loves Black's position. I'm going to say it's not so simple. Knight b4 very logical, but yeah, especially now White's got f4, f5 incoming. Anyone's game, Ivanka. This is turning. I think we're going to learn so much about the clock handling here.
Absolutely. And there we can see the evaluation bar just dancing. But Bibisara under 20 seconds. I think a lot of her moves have been logical. Now you see our f5. But Bibisara getting ready to go knight to e6, blockading that pawn. This is all good stuff. But wow, there's been a breakthrough. And White is the one that's much, much better. Oh, d5 coming.
Crunch. d5 is going to really be a problem for the Black pieces right now. d6 in the near future. She backs it up first, but there we go. d6 followed by d7 is going to be a fork on the Black Queen, on the Black Rook. Game over. Wenjun gets her first win in ages. She's back in the match. We have a level score. This is only getting more exciting by the moment. And Bibisara, first real setback for her in a while.
Yeah, and we'll see how she handles this. Well, meanwhile, she keeps going for this 4 knights and then jumping in with d5. It's something that Wenjun will have had a chance to quickly scan through during the break. And here we see, I like this kind of plan though for White, because White has that extra space of d5. And suddenly, as all systems go, as Wenjun plays f5, the most combative move, there's going to be a lot of pressure against e5. Oh, the pawn on f5 was hanging.
Oh, missed by both players. That's a huge miss. Wenjun leaned back there. She knows she got away with one, but Bibisara, maybe it's better for her not to know that she could have just snapped up a very important pawn for free. That would have collapsed the whole Black center, not just any old pawn grab. And here we see Wenjun go pawn hunting herself with a knight against b2.
Yeah, but what's to prevent Wenjun just taking that pawn? And there's absolutely nothing. And now I'm actually liking what Bibisara is doing, even though it doesn't come with the computer's stamp of approval. And now we're seeing some dislodgement of the pawn on e4. Take it. No, you can't, because the knight was hanging. Now it's going to be taken.
Yeah, Black holds onto the e4 pawn for now, but both sides have a bit of a blockade. White's queen on e3 is the glue holding everything together, but ultimately just being a pawn down, I think, is the main issue here for White. That's why the eval bar says +1 for Black. It's just being materialistic here, and rightfully so. Both sides have strong knights. I think the breakthrough is going to be tough, though, for Wenjun long term.
Well, talking about breakthrough, is Bibisara, who is lower on time. She's just got 33 seconds. Is that going to play a part in this, as Wenjun does nurse? Well, now it's it was a 5-second, but that's 3-second advantage.
Yeah, possibly the clock. But wow, computer points out the crazy move. Bishop takes h3, by the way, followed by rook g6 check, rook g3. But Bibisara, I just want to say, she's so well versed in bullet. She's been playing king h1, king g1, king h1, king g1 like 6-7 times. She finally grabs the e4 pawn as soon as it's offered, and back to level material, back to equal position. She's right back in this game. I just love the switch of gears she showed there, like passive defense versus trying to change the pace of the game. But okay, now she has to be careful of the black king coming towards the white pawns.
Yeah, and they are coming, and the white king just has to come in and hold on. Also, this is a brilliant move there from Zhu Wenjun, just completely bursting open the queen side. Now the pawn on d5 will be falling, and it's time for Bibisara to show why knights are crafty pieces. Yeah, in it comes. But the g2 pawn is also falling.
Yeah, there's only one chance she saves this game, Bibisara. I don't think it's going to be a realistic one, though. She needs to somehow give her knight up for the black c and h pawns, and there we go. Early resignation from Bibisara. She wants another game. She was not willing to sit there and defend that for another couple of minutes, knowing she probably loses anyway. Suddenly, Zhu Wenjun back in the lead. That was a close one. Bibisara, I was praising her. She got a drawn endgame, Jovanka, but she was too impatient to release the tension. Trading rooks there backfired.
Definitely. Well, it's not easy to play perfect chess when you have seconds left on the clock, and we'll see how Bibisara handles losing 2 games in a row. So here, doing great stuff here, setting up a pin, and I'm expecting her to step forward in the center with e5 at some point.
She trades.
Now.
Probably, yeah. I liked your e5. Instead, she has had to trade her bishop off. Now she's lost her light squared bishop for a knight. e5 becomes maybe less appealing. Just playing on the dark squares, but she plays it anyway, and she's going for a King's Indian type setup without her light squared bishop. White here objectively is a lot better, but whether that means anything in bullet is another question. Jovanka, she needs to compose herself, Bibisara. Suddenly the trend has totally shifted the other way.
Yeah, suddenly it's the momentum has gone. And talking about composing herself and momentum, suddenly you feel that black is the only one who's been making progress. The bishop on c3 loose, the bishop on c2 on fire, and now knight takes e4 incoming. Almost some tactics there.
Oh, they say every schoolboy knows he should play g takes f5, capture towards the center, but nowadays everyone plays rook takes f5 or bishop takes f5 with a piece. And the computer always hates it, so I don't understand. I don't understand chess sometimes. G takes f5. Black would have had a beautiful center. It still looks good for black, like e4 coming, but she's got to be quick. Otherwise, if white gets to play bishop takes knight, white completely dominates the light squares now. Knight d2, knight e4, full blockade, white advantage.
Yeah, and sure enough, it is a white advantage, and she has the full control over the c line now. Oh, g4 trapping the rook. Wow.
Oof, Bibisara, it's starting to collapse. She had to give up the exchange with this move rook f4, but now full exchange down. She needs a miracle. There's not so many pieces left. Yeah, when rook takes f5 earlier, trust me, that was the big mistake. And Jovanka, suddenly she has no hope.
Yeah, this one is very, very difficult. And the question, how much effort do you put into defending this particular game? You exchange down. There you go. The queen is going to fall. So that you give up the ghost pretty quickly and you move on to the next. Just under 6 minutes remaining on the match clock. And it is Bibisara who began this with a 1-point advantage. She is now trailing by 2 points. She needs to act quickly.
Yeah, that last 3+1 game where she was winning and let it slip, and she lost her winning streak. She won 4 in a row. It was a draw. Now she's lost 3 in a row. It feels like Bibisara, she needs to compose herself. She's in must-win territory, Jovanka. I think there's maybe time for 2 games, possibly 3 if you win this one super quickly. But I think she needs to win this one and the next one just to force a tiebreak. It's a very narrow path now for Bibisara, and she's gone into a super symmetrical position where Zhu Wenjun's going to be able to play this for a long, long time now. If she doesn't win this, Bibisara, and it goes on another 2 minutes, I think she's done.
Yeah, this is a problem, right? Because when you're in a must-win situation in the bullet, The match time is ticking down. You need to win quickly. You need to kind of almost play as aggressively as you can straight out of the gates. And here it is a symmetrical game. It could it even last like 3 minutes or 4 minutes?
Yeah, this could easily be a 3-minute game. Like, that means she only gets one more after this. She's 2 points down. So it's must-win territory. And Wenjun's been so cynical, swapping off everything so far, breaking the symmetry. White's queen is going pawn hunting, though. That's a double attack, forcing black to defend. And pawn storm. I do quite like her position, Bibisara. It's just, I'm very skeptical it's enough to win, and I'm very skeptical she gets more than one more game after this.
Yeah. Well, she needs to win g6, preventing white from advancing f5. And remember, she needs to win to 2 games to take it to tiebreaks. Now, if tiebreaks occur, there'll be 4 games of bullet, which is 1+1, and the colors will be swapped after every game. And then if it's still tied, 5-minute Armageddon decides it all, where the players do bid. But we'll get to that if we get to that. So far, we've not seen a single tiebreak. But I'm liking Bibisara's position right now. And there is just 3 minutes and 36 seconds on the match timer. So Bibisara has to play very, very quickly. Now she's got control.
Oh, she's going to land a check on the 7th rank. She needs a follow-up. It feels so winning for white. She doesn't give a check. Rook d7 check was screaming to be played. She was scared of any queen f1 check ideas, but that was winning for white. She's blown it. That was her chance, Bibisara. She might not get a second one.
Yeah, she might not get a second one. And do warmup. Okay, well, she's got another chance. Does she want to be taking the rook? This rook takes rook. And now be careful. You got queen h8.
She's winning again. Black has no checks. Queen h8 is a threat, as you point out, winning the black rook. And here, queen h8 to mate. Oh my gosh. She gets it, Bibisara. We have a 1-game shootout now. 4th spot in the semi-finals. Bibisara still in a must-win situation with black. But Jovanka, she got that one. Can she get this one?
She got that one. My God, that was a clutch game. Yeah, she absolutely needs to win this one. There is just under 2 minutes and 21 seconds left on the match timer. This is going to be the last game. And Wenjun, she will be looking to lock down the position, get that draw, and just go on to the semis. Wow. What a match it's been so far. Bibisara playing aggressively. She needs to break. She needs to play quickly.
Yeah, this match has had more twists and turns than most roller coasters I've sat on. It's been crazy. Who can predict the final twist, the final turn? Look at the bar. Pawn to b4 apparently gives black a huge advantage here. It's not a direct win, but it's a huge strategic advantage. Black's going to block with e4. There's going to be a beautiful square for the black knight to sit on d5. Wow, she's got the perfect foundations for a comeback. Still a long way to go, though, Jovanka.
There's still a long way to go, and she's doing the right moves, right? h5, h4, softening up the white king. I love knight to d5 is coming in the air. You got a good square on c3. The pawn on b4 is making a2 a target. So, h4. Well, that's a nice juicy square on g4. And there you can see that Bibisara, she's doing everything she can to disorientate Wenjun as she plays on both sides of the board, targeting a2. And now she's going to switch over to the king side when the time is right. It has been the closest match. It's been gripping.
Yeah, and choosing not to capture a b4 pawn, that might have been poisoned. I'm very surprised that both sides are ignoring this pawn, though. Okay, bishop g4 looked like a mouse slip, if anything. The black knight wants to occupy that square. The advantage is totally gone. I think black should have been blocking the center with her own pawn d5. Now Wenjun's grabbed the e4 pawn. It's all falling apart for Bibisara, who's low on time as well. Jovanka, suddenly she's a pawn down. She's 20 seconds down in a must-win situation.
Yeah, must-win situation. And, well, don't underestimate anyone as we see a mistake. Knight c4.
Knight c4. She had to find it. She didn't find it. That would have been a fork, winning back the pawn, back in the game. Advantage would have swung again, but now it is Wenjun in full control.
Full control. Well, I don't think we can predict anything until this game is done and dusted. And there we see Ju Wenjun with a commanding lead, but can she hold her nerves as the clock starts to tick down? And the pawn C7, I like it, but on the other hand, I do see that C7 can be corralled, can be rounded up.
Yeah, she's still in this game, Bibisara. Suddenly, Zhu Wenjun's ticking down. Bibisara's been in huge time trouble for ages, but Zhu Wenjun's joining her there now. That was a very interesting trade, and suddenly that white knight is being totally ganged up on. Bishop e5 threatens checkmate. Rook takes h4. She blunders it, Zhu Wenjun. It's checkmate. Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
Are going to tie breaks. 7.5, 7.5. Zhu Wenjun against Bibisara Asobaeva.
Wow, wow, wow. What a moment. What a match. And we are seeing the first tie breaks of the WSCC 2025. Let's take a look at the format because we're going to have 4 games of 1 minute plus 1 second per move. The colors will be swapped in each game. And if it's still tied, then we go to Armageddon where the players do bid for their time and the lowest time gets the black pieces or gets to choose their colors, and the other side has 5 minutes.
Whoa, we need to catch our breaths. That was crazy stuff. Both players as well showing it actually on the cameras. We saw the shock on Zhu Wenjun's face, blundering checkmate in 2 there. That can only be attributed to the intense nature of this format, and now they're both trying to recover as we enter this final stage. I did say it, Jovanka, there was another twist ahead, and it happened to be in Bibisara's favor. But that only opens up more ground, more track for more swings in this crazy match.
Exactly. I mean, you mentioned that we needed a break. I mean, I think we need a break. The players need a break, but nope, they're not getting the chance. They have to play immediately. I mean, now going into this this tie break, I mean, who do you think this favors? Because Bibisara has used up a lot of energy to kind of claw back and get to this tie break. For Zhu Wenjun, she must be kicking herself that she finds herself in this situation. But here we have it. Bibisara with the white pieces. She continues with this e4 plan, and she's doing all the right moves. She's got the bishop pair. She's got a nice center. She just needs to centralize the rook. And for Zhu Wenjun, her position is very solid.
Yeah, very solid, but black lacks the bishop pair. Black lacks a bit of space. D5 is kind of the move you normally want to play in these scenarios. And then you play C4, B4, try and break on the queen side. She seems reluctant to do it. She doesn't really like those block positions, Bibisara. She prefers positions where it's a bit more open, where she can kind of go a bit more direct against the enemy's king. But yeah, to answer your earlier question, Jovanka, I think there's 2 different types of nerve at play, of nerves here. Bibisara, she's been behind twice in the match, but she still believes. She keeps telling herself, I can do this, I can do this. And that's forced her to take big risks, which has backfired sometimes, but also rewarded her. I think Zhu Wenjun is trying to protect something. She's been in the lead twice significantly. She's just been going on the defensive, and the nerves have held her back. So yeah, it's just who lets it get to them in the next game, as we see a very locked structure here.
Yes, and both of these players, they're big match players. They have clinched world titles. Zhu Wenjun, she's played the Women's World Championship match, and she's also WSCC champion. She's World Blitz champion, and Bibisara, a 2-time former World Blitz champion. And well, in this situation, the first 2.5 points will win. So if they do it in 3 games, then that's it. That person will advance to the semis, and we see the other being eliminated. And talking about eliminated, well, it looks like White's chances are progressing slowly forward as we see White take control over the A line. And I think Bibisara, she doesn't want to be repeating this, and that's why she goes G3, controls the knight jump, and everything is just looking very, very nice for her with the bishop pair.
Yeah, I'm really shocked actually that she didn't seize an advantage earlier. She could have put a bishop on a7, blocked the black rooks. It's very reminiscent of Karpov, one of his ideas in the
Unzicker.
Roy Lopez in the Spanish against Unzicker. Exactly. And that was a huge opportunity. She's found another huge opportunity here. Zhu Wenjun's traded at the wrong moment, and now D6 is hard to defend. And the A pawn is a bit of a runner. Big advantage now. she found a different way to convert, rook trade favoring her, and Jovanka, she's so close now. Black has no counterplay, no checks. The a-pawn's a runner. Queen's off the board as well. It's game over. Zhu and Jun in danger here of really going on tilt.
Yes, and now we're seeing that Zhu Wenjun had to give up her knight in order to hold this. Okay, there we see resignation, so it is a win for Bibisara. She takes the lead, and Zhu Wenjun will now need to strike back. And she goes for this trusted bishop to b5. She goes back to the bishop a4 line that she played in the very first game. And here, Bibisara showed that she was very powerful. So I kind of curious to see how is Zhu Wenjun going to mix things up.
Yeah, very interesting. She doesn't go for the c4 that she's been trying pretty much consistently, going for that Maroczy bind type structure, Zhu Wenjun, which has actually got her good positions, but very mixed results. Instead, she goes for an open Sicilian type pawn structure, allowing an en passant a few moves ago. But this is very, very comfortable for Black. This is like a dream Sicilian for Black. 2 central pawns, d6, e6, versus a bit of a weakness, actually, on e4. And here we go. Advantage switching to Black's hands already. Beautiful outpost. It definitely feels like Zhu Wenjun. She's kind of playing moves now. She's not really getting the chance to attack on the front foot. And okay, she needs something to turn in her favor, Jovanka.
Yes, and things have been slowly going her way as she manages to get some squares for her pieces. I'm just thinking knight to b5 at the right time. But I do feel like she has to... Yeah, knight to b5 being played right now. It wasn't possible to make some jumps with knight to f3 because knight takes f3. But we're seeing Zhu Wenjun doing what she does best. She just likes to remaneuver her pieces, get this kind of centralization on the board, global harmony, and doing some good stuff. Knight goes to g3. It's still a very, very tense game.
Yeah, it's tense, and it's definitely turned in her favor, Zhu Wenjun, a little bit because of the white knight on b5, but she's been consuming a lot of time here. Jovanka, I think it's clear, like, chaotic positions, they've been favoring Bibisara. Like, she's been fighting back from lost positions as long as they're a bit messy. She's been turning them in her favor. Slower, more positional kind of maneuvering situations, it's definitely Zhu Wenjun, the better player. So it's clear that here she's gone for a solid pawn structure with white, now advancing. She's probably going to win d6 in the near future, and she's doing very well.
Yeah. What I have noticed about both of these players is that often it's Bibisara who is struggling on the clock. She often's playing with 20 seconds as opposed to Zhu Wenjun, who has 40 seconds. And well, we see things change. The knight.
Black had an opportunity. Black was actually better, clearly better for one move, apparently, by pushing a4 and creating a passed b pawn. That was missed, and now white's just a clear pawn up with full control, and she's just hung a knight on f6. Bibisara is about to hit the resign button. We're back to equality. 2 games down in this tiebreak in overtime. 2 to go, maybe more to go, Jovanka.
Well, there won't be too many more games left, and we have 2 more games. And if it's still tied, then everything is going to be decided by that Armageddon, where the players do bid for the color, and then it is Black having the draw odds, as is usually the case in Armageddon. And there we see our players. It's game 3 of the tiebreak. What do you think we're going to see from Bibisara? She can serve with both hands. She can open up with knight f3. She's been consistently choosing e4. Is now the time to... Oh, what happened there? It's been aborted.
And yeah, we'll get the next game going in a moment. So I think just working out some last issues there, but maybe the players are going to get explained to exactly what the format is of these next 2 games, and then potential Armageddon. That might inform how much risk they want to take. Yeah, very impressive. I saw in the feature chat there, very impressive clock handling from both. We saw Bibisara wiping her eyes as well. They have played 17 games already up to this point, so tiredness is bound to be a factor, Jovanka.
Yeah, it's exhausting, right? 17 games of chess and intense games. They've not been like your 13 move draws. There's not been a single calm game. Every single one of them have ended with some kind of nerve jangling moment. So we see our players back on our screens. Bibisara, Zhu Wenjun, they look deadly focused. They know what's at stake.
They looked locked in. They both really want this. Two great fighters, two players with fantastic, sparkling careers already. This would be a huge accomplishment for them, a huge breakthrough, I'm going to say, for Bibisara in her career if she is able to knock out the reigning world champion. For Zhu Wenjun, she would like to think it's another day at the office, but I think the fact that it's been such a challenge, she would feel on top of the world if she was able to win this next one, this quarterfinal, and move on. She'll feel if she can win this, she can win anything. But yeah, this is the current score, Jovanka. How close, how crazy it's been this match so far.
It's been mega crazy. You know, it looked like it was all going to be a write-off, you know, Zhu Wenjun taking an early lead, 4 points to 1. But then Bibisara struck back in the most insane way, winning 4 games in a row and then drawing 4.5 half. I could never have predicted that. And suddenly it all came down to the bullet. And there we thought that Bibisara had the advantage, but it was Zhu Wenjun. He came out swinging, you know, winning 3 games, Bibisara needing their comeback. I mean, this has been absolutely epic. What is happening?
Yeah, what is happening? That is the big question, and what's about to happen. And we actually jump into their penultimate tiebreak game. Yeah, we had some tech issues on our side. Sorry, everyone at home. But here we do jump in, and it looks like, okay, Zhu Wenjun has taken the win. This rook endgame, she's 2 pawns up in the final position. So, yeah, it looks like we're jumping into the final one now. Bibisara in a must-win situation yet again. We missed that one, Jovanka, but we're not going to miss this final encounter of overtime. Will we see an Armageddon? That's the big question. Bibisara needs to win on demand, not for the first time in this match.
Yeah, we do not want the gremlins to strike in such an important moment where Bibisara needs a win in order to stay in the match. And she has the black pieces, she's done it before, and she has a very nice position in the sense that it's very flexible. All the pieces are on the board, so this is still got many layers of complexity. So I like what Zhu Wenjun is doing. She's trying to resolve the tension, trying to get that extra space. The main thing, though, is you almost have to forget that you're in a must-win situation, and you have to, despite everything, just keep on playing the board.
Yeah. And I'm surprised, I must admit, that she's gone for the Sicilian again when she only needs a draw, Zhu Wenjun. But yeah, this position does look relatively stable. Black with a big weakness on a6. She kicks away the white rook. That might have been the one opportunity you got to play a5 and trade off there. Very surprising she's allowed the white rook to block, but here we go. She goes for a central strategy instead, and this one, very nice for white now. If white gets one more move and plants the knight on d4, it's total blockade. a6 is also under fire, so knight b8, very sneaky, aiming to play knight c6 to destabilize the white rook. Jovanka, the clock time tells me that Bibisara maybe not at her fastest or most confident right now, but still crazy times ahead, almost guaranteed, judging by the trend of this match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen Bibisara in this situation time and time again, but she's such a skillful bullet player. I mean, we saw her early on, she had seconds left on the clock. She was able to switch into just being able to lose that time. And this is going crazy. Yeah, as we see. That's all manner of things is happening. The knight now coming in, dangerous kingside attack. And will Zhu Wenjun be able to make something of this? And if she doesn't, then the a pawn is going to decide the game. And talking about the a pawn, the rook is in problems.
Wow, that is a huge error in judgment from Bibisara. She's given up her queen for 2 rooks. It looks like a fair trade of material, but it's all about the black king. If you give up your queen in any position, you must ensure you do not get checkmated. And here, Zhu Wenjun just needs a draw. She can probably force it with a perpetual at some point. Black rooks cannot hold their own. The white pieces are moving in. Queen g6, queen h7. It's a checkmate. She doesn't spot that one. She's got another opportunity. This could be the end of the match.
Yeah, I think so. And she's anchoring that knight firmly onto f7. But just remember that Bibisara is in a must-win situation. Oh, are we going to see a turnaround?
What is happening? Zhu Wenjun had forced mate in 2 in multiple variations with queen g6 coming into h7. She's missed it, and now it's 3 pieces against a queen. She should still hold the draw. Queen d5
Queen
check.
d5.
That's the final blunder from Bibisara and the final move of the match. Look at the devastation on her face. She blundered a double attack. Wenjun moves on to the semi-final.
Absolutely sensational match. Wenjun, Bibisara taking it to tie breaks, but Wenjun winning 10.5 to 8.5. Wow. What a match it was. So many twists and turns, so many thrills, spills, adventure. It was like a white knuckle ride at points. But David, look at this. I mean, to kind of translate all of that emotion and all the chess games and all the fun to just these numbers, but they tell us one thing: Wenjun advances to the semis.
Exactly. These two played such a crazy match. In the end, it was 19 games, only one draw in that 3+1 section. Actually, a couple of draws in the 5+1 as well. But other than that, it was decisive chess all around. Both players gunning for each other. This would have been a worthy final, Jovanka. Just the quality of the chess on show, the ups and downs, the range of kind of tactics, emotion on display. Ultimately, Wenjun, so clutch. That's why she's a world champion. She has that extra gear.
Yeah, wow. She has that extra gear. And we're going to go on a short break. And when we return, we are going to hear more from the Women's World Champion, WSCC Champion, Wenjun, going into the semis now. Well, we're going to hear more from her right after this break.
Join the community club on Chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round up the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on Chess.com.
This is how the world number 4 and 11 play chess. I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and what we saw between China's Su Jiner and Georgia's Nana Taknidze at the 2024 FIDE Grand Prix was nothing short of fireworks. The game kicks off with an Nimzo in the defense, and after e4, it was clear that Taknidze was out of the lab, because the best move here was g5 followed by knight takes e4. A crazy line, hard to find over the board unless you've got stockfish in your pocket. After bishop e7, white already stands more comfortably thanks to that juicy space advantage. Give me space, baby. And now, who would have thought that castling short could be a mistake here? But it is. It was better to play g3, a nice prophylactic jab to keep the knight off f4. Now, the donkey lands on f4, and suddenly Black, who had no room to breathe, manages to swap off 2 minor pieces, and in this kind of cramped position, that's a small victory. After finishing development, White launches in with h4 and h5, going full kamikaze mode, but it is a bit too hopeful. This attack ain't landing on JFK, folks. Then comes b5, and Su Jiner strikes with d5, which is possible thanks to the poor knight on e7, the baby deer of the position, all alone in the forest. Black tries to close the center, but we unblock with c5, an excellent idea. Capturing on d5 would have been more solid. But after d takes e5, Zhu throws in the spicy d6, an in-between move that makes that pass pawn a real problem. After this sequence of moves, queen a1 looked active, trying to target the a5 pawn. But it's harmless, because that d6 pawn is the star of the show. Moral of the story, in life you have to admit your mistakes. Back we go with our tail between our legs to protect d6. Black goes fishing for repetition, but Zhu says no way and plays queen to f5, a venomous move. The knight on f6 is overloaded, trying to babysit both d7 and d5 at the same time. It is a full-time job and no overtime. Only move to hold was knight to b6, giving up the a5 pawn just to plug the hole on d6. But after that Nixie plays rook f4, Zhu drops the pawn, d7. Now, if rook takes f5, white ends up a full rook up. And in the actual game, that Nixie took on d7, landing in a clean last position with white up a piece. And for someone like Zurginer, that's easy pickings. Did you like that one? I hope you did!
We are back and we are here with our first semi-finalist. It is, of course, Wenjun, who will be joining us any second now. And yeah, there she appears on our screen. And first up, Wenjun, congratulations on qualifying to the semis. How are you feeling after that dramatic match?
Thanks. It was a very, very tough and exciting match. I think at the beginning I was slightly better, and then in the 3+1, then she just play very, very fast and accurate, and she's a true fighter for this match. And yes, I appreciate his playing style. I mean, it's very aggressive.
And yeah, many congratulations. Did you ever get scared that the match was kind of going away from you at any point? Because there were some winning streaks, there were some losing streaks. How did you manage to kind of stay focused despite all the twists and turns?
Yeah. I think it is important just to keep in good shape until the tournament, until the match is finished. So before the 1+1, I was behind 1 point, but I think okay, there's still some games, so I can still catch on and try to win the match.
Mm-hmm. And I was curious because earlier in your match against Anastasia, we saw you lose the bullet, but you were very convincing in the 5-1 and 3-1. But here in the bullet, you just came in and you played powerful chess. I mean, how were you feeling?
In bullet, I feel sometimes just try to follow your heart, just play by intuition. And I mean, anything can happen in bullet. So just try to find some move which I like it.
And you eventually managed to win in the tie breaks, but if it had gone to Armageddon, which color would you have wanted, white or black?
Yeah, it's a tough question, but if I get the choice to pick seriously, maybe I would favor white. But it's really depends on the mood, I guess.
And looking ahead down the path, you'll be either facing Polina Shuvalova or you'll be facing Alice Lee. Have you played any of them before? I know you played Polina, but have you played Alice Lee, or which opponent would you prefer?
Speed chess. I play both of them, so there are familiar faces, and I wish both of them have good luck in their matches. And yeah.
And yeah, that's definitely going to be a fun match for sure. We have one question from our chat thank you to everyone who's been watching, by the way, throughout this fascinating match. And that question is from Krishna. And I think the gist is that asking you, Wenjun, to pick one of the players from the younger generation to challenge you in a World Championship match. If you had to pick one of them, who do you think it's going to be? Well, none of them.
Well,
Tough question.
Yeah, it's a tough question. Yeah, I don't have a favorite a favorite player that I wanted to play or have a match with. Yeah, but I think they are playing in like different styles apart from the earlier. Yeah, they have new styles.
Mm-hmm. But you're confident you would defend your title against all of them right now?
Yeah, I will.
That's good news there. Well, Wenjun, thank you for joining us here, and we wish you the best of luck in your semi-final encounter. And once again, congratulations, and we hope you get some rest after that very dramatic match.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Wenjun. And wow, after such a nerve-wracking encounter, well, David, we have to reset and we have to refocus because we have another absolutely juicy match up in line for you. As we have Katerina Lagno facing off against Alexandra Kosteniuk. That is going to happen in a few minutes, but we are going to go straight to a break. And we are back, and we are in time for our second quarterfinal of the day. It is Katerina Lagno against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Now there you can see our players. They are locked in. They are ready to go. Oh, this one is going to be incredibly exciting. These two players have played each other countless times. They've been teammates. They've been rivals. And both of the games, actually in the round of 16, both of their matches went relatively smoothly, with Katerina Lagno defeating Alexandra Almaltsevskaya and Alexandra Kosteniuk just being too strong for Carissa Yip. Now, David, once again, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I have to get your Grandmaster insights. Who do you think is the stronger of the two?
Oh, it's tough. They've both got such great pedigrees. Alexandra Kosteniuk, a former women's world champion, former rapid world champion as well. Katerina Lagno, two-time women's blitz champion. I mean, they're big game players, as you said, teammates on the national team for Russia for many Olympiads. And I'm going to say Kosteniuk very slightly, just because I faced her many times. She's always given me a lot of trouble, and I've got such great respect for her style. But Lagno on her day can beat anyone. I think just in kind of the top events recently, maybe Kosteniuk is slightly more consistent. But Jovanka, how about yourself? I'm going to throw it back at you as the first game begins.
Yes, the first game has begun. We see Katerina opening up with e4. It's an open Sicilian. Would you expect anything more from the players? Yeah, this one, it's close. It's close. I was very, very impressed by the way that Alexandra Kosteniuk played against Carissa Yip. It was pure power, right from the word go. She wanted to win. She was determined. And I think that gives her a very small edge, but okay, it's going to be a game full of fight. And if it's anything half as crazy as the first match that we saw today, I think we're in for a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, if anything, this quarterfinal is on paper closer than the other quarterfinal we just witnessed. And maybe that makes the match even more open than this open Sicilian we're seeing in front of us as the Black Queen came out. This is actually well-known theory, but very tricky stuff. As White kind of spending a move with Queen d2 and then Queen takes d4 isn't supposed to be recommended. But yeah, two bishops, slightly damaged pawn structure for Black versus kind of the harmony of White's pieces. I have a good feeling, Jovanka. I think we're in for another treat. I just don't know which way it's going to go.
Yeah, well, I don't know either. It's interesting, actually, because this Sicilian, the Richter Rouser, I remember this was very popular in the 90s, I would say early noughties, but somehow or other, I haven't really seen it as of late, but that might have been because during that period, I was actually following the Sicilian, whereas now, my main focus is on d4. Confession time.
Yeah, there are some grandmasters who just like religiously play this game in, game out. I think you have to be a real kind of loyalist to play this with Black. This Rook c8 variation, maybe less so. This is more of a kind of a one-off weapon, or at least that's how its reputation precedes it. But the Richter Rouser in general, the classical Sicilian as Black. Yeah, I'm thinking of like Abhijit Gupta, Indian grandmaster. He plays it like every game, and he knows every line like 30 moves deep with Black. There's a Croatian grandmaster as well, whose name suddenly escapes me. I can picture him. A real legend of slightly older generation.
Kozel?
A real
Kozel?
Yes. Thank you, Kozel. Yeah, I can picture his face. He's beaten me like countless times online on Chess.com in this Sicilian. So yeah, there are some people who just get away with it game on game. This position's heating up, by the way. White has shut down this diagonal, but I don't know. It's either going to be a great breakthrough for White against the Black King, or Black at some point will be able to take on e5 and blow open diagonals for the bishops. I think her bishops are probably very happy, Kosteniuk.
Yes, it's going to be a very interesting fight, because I can see a scenario where things go wrong, right? I'm first up. I'm looking at Bishop c4. Oh, the evaluation bar did not like that one. The bishop goes back to b3. I want to anchor that bishop, and then some knight f6. Centralize the rooks. Knight f6. Check. But obviously there are concrete reasons why this is not good. So Queen c5. It's as simple as that, huh?
Oof. Switching gears. That's very impressive from Kosteniuk. No longer going for the dynamic battle that we were envisioning. Instead, offering a queen trade, trying to make it quieter. And I think it's just very kind of timely because firstly, the white bishop is hit. So maybe forcing the queen trade. And secondly, if the queens disappear, black takes on e5, might just win a pawn. Trying to do some calculation here. It's not so easy to prevent that. Bishop back to b3, you just take this pawn on e5, healthy gain. You can flick in a check and be a bit fancy here. Rook takes b5, knight c7 check would win material for white, but I guess black just dodges. And then black's pieces are still super active. White has some problems. Ivanka, it feels like, Lagno going too direct in the opening, maybe.
Yeah, somehow those loose pieces, they drop off, It's really unfortunate when the cliches prove to be true. And, well, she's going for that fancy check. Obviously, there is no way that Kosteniuk is going to grab that bishop. I suspect she's simply going to be sidestepping it. Where to go? In principle, I would be headed to the f8 square, just because my instincts tell me that going king to d8, I don't know, you put yourself in trouble, right?
Yeah, and I'll just put this on the board while she thinks. It could be a critical moment because 100% of the time in a blitz game or bullet game, I would go king f8 as well. I would never walk to d8 on an open file with the white rook staring, but king f8 allows e takes d6, apparently. This is the computer, not me. And now you can't take either piece. If you take on b5, this is a check, and you're lured into this fork again, and the white knight takes the rook. And if you go the other way, which she has actually, she's gone to d8, by the way, but if you took the other piece, like rook takes d5, for example, we would see a trade and d7 and promotion. That explains why, if we go back to the game, Kosteniuk has put a king on d8, blocking the white pawn preemptively. So now threatening both pieces.
Yep, a neat piece of calculation. And unfortunately, you can't really hold on to everything because, you can go c4, but then you're just going to go a6. But knight to c3, and this is the issue. Now, if you want to preserve that pawn on e5, you're going to have to unleash those bishops, and those are really, really strong. Bishop takes knight coming, rook takes g2, the bishop on b5, loose pieces drop off. Oh, gosh.
Oh, this is looking horrible already for white. It's going to be a clear pawn deficit, maybe more to come. Bishop takes c3 played. And after rook takes g2, I think that's the more important pawn, just to stop white connecting on the king side. All of white's remainders are going to be isolated.
Yep, great start there for Alexandra Kosteniuk. And do you think it's this knowledge that she has of her opponent? She's known her, played her since 2013. And when you know someone so well, you know their strengths, you know their weaknesses, you know how direct they can be. And that's something that Alexandra is using right now. So rook f2, I love this position for black. Rook a5 is also in the air. All the pawns are falling. It's the worst pawn structure, I think.
They're just all dropping off, right? Like, maybe if they're that ugly, those pawns, you just want to throw them off the board anyway. But ultimately, black's already, 2 pawns up, and more to come. You mentioned that question, that kind of age-old kind of dilemma, like, is it better to know someone but then they know you? Like, who does it help? I think ultimately you got to throw kind of most of your kind of worries out of the window when you're facing someone you know really well. You just got to play the board. You just got to hope that at the critical moments you can kind of guess their moves better than they can guess yours. It's tricky. I've actually known Lagno for ages. I think we're the same generation. She's born 1 year earlier than me, but we first played in 2002, and already she was super strong. She beat me quite handily. I think just the fact that these two know each other means that the games are going to be even more high quality. I don't think they'll be trying to bluff each other. They're too strong for that.
Absolutely. And I see the a3 pawn was disappearing off the board. David, I had a kind of semantic question for you. The white pawns, when they were on a3, c3, and c2, or even these double pawns, would you say they're isolated pawns because they don't actually defend each other, or would you kind of not call them isolated pawns?
Yeah, I once asked a former world champion this. I won't name him. He's not the chess world's favorite person right now, but I once asked him, and he was like, it's just one pawn island. What are you talking about? And I was like, no, they're definitely two. They don't defend each other. He was like, no, it's one pawn island. They're on the same line. And whether they're isolated is another question, but I would say they are. I don't know. They're weak. That's all that I care about.
They're weak,
How about
yeah,
you,
they're
Ivan?
weak, right? They're not connected. I just remember my dad when he was teaching me, he was saying they're not connected. They can't defend each other. Therefore, they're isolated in that sense. They're weak. But okay. And well, talk about black pawns. Black pawns are not isolated, nor are they weak, because the a pawn is motoring down the board, and it's going to get all the way to a2. It's going to get even further, and this bishop on e6 is just anchored by the pawn. And look at that, black's position completely untouchable.
Yeah, probably just to prevent any bishop c4, though it's not really a threat. Like, probably you play rook c5 check, and then you just go a3, a2. Yeah, this just looks fantastic. Alexandra Kosteniuk, such a classy player. And, apparently she's blown this for advantage. Commentator's curse. King b4?
Yeah, why is this? Okay, king b2. King b2 and bishop c, or king b4. Bishop c4 is coming.
Yeah. Wow. Rook a3 is a bizarre move, I've got to say, because like you're going to get hit, and I guess she wanted to go like rook e3 or something, but now, yeah, as you say, bishop c4, suddenly the black bishops are always fantastic when they're anchored by pawns in any endgame. Often a bishop and a pawn like this are worth a rook, and here to trade off the black bishop. And not just that, but to get rid of the a4 pawn. It's still going to be an uphill defensive task, but Eval Bar says she should be up to it now. It should be level again.
Yeah, and this is a nice move, right? She doesn't rush to go bishop takes bishop. Instead, she puts the pressure on, and now you can go bishop b3. You can anchor your own bishop, still maintain the tension in the position. And the white rooks are so beautifully placed.
Yeah, beautiful rooks. We will see a bishop trade sooner or later. There we go. The f pawn, though, is hanging, so she will need to play f6. And okay, it's still difficult to defend this with no time on the clock. She's actually got more time than the opponent, at least Katerina Lagno. But we'll see our first time scramble, Jovanka. Feels like just a few minutes ago we we were living on the edges of our seats with all the time scrambles between Wenjun and Bibisara. But we're in for more in this match.
We are, and Kosteniuk working hard to try to push the f pawn. I like the way that she's getting ready to mobilize the rook on g7. Okay, it's coming. It's coming. I mean, this is definitely an uphill task, as you mentioned, because black has a very straightforward plan of just walking the king round and advancing f pawn. And white is the one who has to make active inroads into attacking on b7. So you can go b6. King b6.
Wow. Apparently there's only one move to save it, and that was rook c3 there, which was bizarre. Like the only square. Like rook c4 is so much more natural, guarding the f4 pawn, but black king could have come the other way. Oh, now it looks like the white king is just too far offside. She played b6, blocking her own king, Jovanka.
Yeah, just completely. Now it's a draw.
Now it's a draw. She could have kept the f pawn. She could have defended it with her king and then tied down the white rook to the b6 pawn. Instead, we'll see a drawn endgame, and this one's going to play out till stalemate now. Wow, Kosteniuk's got half a smile on her face as she knows she's blown it. She had multiple chances to win that game.
Yeah, it was looking so good for Kosteniuk, on the verge of winning. But in the end, it is a draw, a remarkable save there from Katerina Lagno. But this time, Alexandra has the white pieces, so she goes for a reti. It's not something I normally associate with Alexandra. I tend to associate with e4 and kill. But here we're seeing a fianchetto system. What are we going to see from Katerina? Is she going to go d5 into her Grunfeld, or is she going to go d6? I might c6, so I'm expecting d4, d6 at some point.
Yeah, interesting. She goes d5. Yeah, I've seen some very strong players play this knight c6 move like Alexander Grishuk. Yeah, and it's kind of waiting for white to commit with knight c3 or d4 and then to go d5, and knight b6 is the main move. You could also have played e5 there. Another line I've seen Grishuk indulge in. Bishop f5, other moves, but we've gone back into the main line, and now there's two forks in the road. You can play d5 or e3. I've played others like bishop f4 myself, but d5 and e3 are the kind of principled ones. And we'll see what Kosteniuk has up her sleeve. If she hasn't prepared this position, Jovanka, then she's been a bit move ordered. And okay, d5, she spent 25 seconds on that one. Let's see how deep her prep goes. Lagno's definitely played this before. She's been playing it for years.
Exactly. Lagno is definitely a Grunfeld player, so knight to d4. I remember e4 being the main line, and there being some knight jumps being abound, and then black breaking with e6. But yeah, this one, now you've got to back it up with e4.
Mm-hmm. There's a pin on the d file. The black queen, black bishop were eyeing up the knight, so white couldn't play d takes c6. But either way, white's going to have to take back, probably with a pawn. And big question is what to do after e6. Again, just reinstating that pin. But knight c4, given a question mark, I think e6 was the best. That's why white's move order was a bit suspicious. Normally you don't want to jump with knight d4 too soon. But okay, very natural move by black, who's going to put it back on d6 blockade. Yeah, you're right, Jovanka. Like Alexandra, she's been like a power e4 player her whole life. Very principled, all about the main lines, very classically trained. And yeah, interesting. I'm not sure she'll be playing the reti too much. Maybe just a 1 or 2 game weapon.
Yeah, and interesting also this knight retreat, because I was again expecting b3, because there ultimately was no threat against the knight on d4. So you go b3, a4 is the dream move, right? And then you go bishop a3 and you go rook e1 and take control and laugh at the fact that black doesn't have too much space. But she's doing it now. A4, b3 is still very much in the air.
Mm-hmm. Now b3 makes a lot of sense, kicking back the black knight. Yeah, you do wonder why white retreated the white knight from d4, which looked like a really nice square, but ultimately she's still going to develop her bishop somewhere, move her rook out to c1. Pawn on d5 is probably more of a strength than a weakness. IQPs, isolated queen's pawns, they're always one or the other. But for now, very interesting middle game here.
Yeah, and White's big plan is when you have a pawn on d5 is you just try to clamp the black position. You just want to stop them from connecting both sides of the board. e7 is the target, so I'm expecting moves like rook to e1, and you just simply keep putting the question to black, how are you going to break out? And it's very surprising to me how uncomfortable the position is for black when they're not able to do anything active. So many people are impatient.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's essentially a space advantage for white, right? Like white has a pawn further advanced than any of the black pawns, and all the pieces are still on the board. So yeah, you find yourself a bit cramped. I've played these all my life as black, and even now I sometimes feel a bit uncomfortable. I feel uncomfortable just looking at black's position now, just knowing what the plan is. Like you got to play, like in the Grunfelds in general, it's all about piece play, not necessarily pawn structure. So yeah, you need a lot of energy for it. Ooh, the bar sunk, by the way. Knight c4 was a huge opportunity. It's again available now. Wow.
It is. And that is such a Grunfeld sacrifice. But the question is, will Katerina Lagno have this on her radar? And she's paused. Yes, she's got it.
She's got it. The white queen is overworked. This is a sacrifice. The first knight will be taken. You might as well get something for your troubles here. But the problem is the white queen has to defend her bishop and her knight, and she cannot do both. The white knight is more likely to fall, I would say, right now. Beautiful tactic there from Katerina Lagno. But yeah, maybe that just hints that Kosteniuk isn't so familiar with these types of positions, because as you said, Jovanka, it's quite a typical motif in this type of structure.
Yes, I had it done to me. I'm pretty sure, not on any classical game, but on a rated game, or someone showed it to me and I was like, oh, I did not see that one coming. But yeah, the queen simply overloaded there on d2, cannot defend the knight, cannot defend the bishop without giving one of the other up. Okay, so Kosteniuk has to go in desperation mode. Which of those pieces should she preserve? No, it's not really her choice, is it? I mean, the queen has to move.
Yeah, the queen has to move. It makes sense to guard the bishop. Evalbar didn't like that one. I thought that was the most natural square. Maybe she should have gone to f4 or something. But yeah, now the knight will fall. Takes the bishop first. Understandable, Lagno. She's got the bishop pair and an extra pawn. Big favorite to win this one. But we said that about Kosteniuk in the previous game. maybe pawn count isn't going to be the most relevant thing in this encounter, in this clash between these two.
No, but something else that is relevant time and time again, and it is the clock. We see Kosteniuk with half the time of Katerina, and big threat. Queen takes f2. I mean, one thing I gotta say is, as black, do not grab that pawn on d5. You'll find yourself in for a rude awakening after knight to f6 and discovered attack against the queen.
Yeah, I'll just very quickly put that on the board for everyone at home. Queen takes d5. This is not a move that Lagno is going to play. This is me annotating. Queen d5, knight f6, check. And there we go. The queen would drop next move. This is not something to employ right now. I'm more expecting... Oh, sorry. Oh, wow. She goes back to d7. I was going to say that's my mouse slip. I took black's last move back. Queen just came from there. I was going to say I was expecting maybe a rook trade and then a move like queen e5, just defending the e7 point. But she's lost time. She came from d7. She went to f5. She's gone back. And yeah, very passive there from Lagno.
Yes, but how to take advantage of that, or really more as white, you're looking at complicating the game. And what is the trickiest move? Okay, so moves that kind of appeal to me: queen to d3, d6 was also in the air, but unfortunately you can't just take it because the bishop covers everything.
She takes rooks first. Next move, she'll probably take the pawn. And like you said, the bishop covers the f6 square. This is totally fine. The bishop will happily sit back on e5 or even g7. Even if white wins back one of the two pawns, like this, feels like the endgame should be very nice for black. Okay, to trade or not to trade, Ivanka? That is the question.
No trade. You can grab. Queen takes a4, sorry.
Read is good. It was good there, by the way, just for everyone at home. Queen takes a4 was available, but she plays the more controlled rook to d8.
Yeah. Sorry, I could not resist that one. Okay, now you definitely should not grab on a4 because there's a knight to f6 and the queen is on the same line as its opponent there on f4. But okay, things are starting to improve for Alexandra because now I'm looking at knight to f6 and the queen will get to a beautiful square. There's pressure against b7.
Ooh, wow. Tactics galore. Like the black queen is overstretched now. f7 is hanging and the bishop on h3 is hanging. She has to go back with a bishop to defend this f7 point, but suddenly white is super active. Knight g5 is in the air. Oh, my arrows. Takes b7 instead. Okay, it's definitely a position that you could see white holding suddenly.
Definitely, and I like this counterattack now. f7, a5. I mean, you do have to watch out for your knight on e4, but once you've got that sorted, so now you can even jump in with a knight. Yeah, you renew the threat of knight takes f7. And the question is like bishop to e5, because I'm sure that's something that Katerina was banking on, you know, coming over, threatening the queen, also looking at queen to h4 check possibilities.
Yeah, we saw something very similar happen to Zhu and June. Like black put a bishop on e5, then a rook came to h4 and delivered mate on h1. She plays it. She plays your suggestion, but a pawn does drop on a5. Suddenly it's level material for the first time in ages. And oh dear, Lagno, she's walked into this double attack. Queen hit, bishop hit. Is she just winning a piece now, Kosteniuk?
Yeah, and that is the question. Well, it's going to come at the cost of the white king being mega open. So let's see whether pawn takes pawn, and then just let the chaos reign. And wow, everything is defended. Rook to b2. She just lost a piece.
What a clutch move. And the black queen actually is trapped apart from the a7 square. That is crazy. The black queen has nowhere else safe to go. What a clutch move by Kosteniuk, calculating that all with only a few seconds left on the clock. And now she's up a full knight just for one pawn. Should be winning now. I was surprised she didn't go for checkmate. Like the white knight getting towards the f6 square would eventually be game over. She's offering a trade of queens. I think black should probably take these before it's too late. But Oh, that was amazing. The calculation to see rook b2, see that whole variation. Kosteniuk had no time, and Lagno just miscalculated Jovanka.
Yeah, and still no time for both these players. I gotta say that it's not an easy task to convert this for white because of the king is so exposed. But she has pressure against f7, and she just Katerina Lagno just has to stand still. She has to throw away the adventures of what happened before, and she just has to focus on the job in hand, and that is just to keep pressure, keep some eye line, some contact with the white king.
Mm-hmm. She slowed white down, but sooner or later there might be a rook h2 and queen f6.
Queen takes pawn.
Or
Queen takes f7.
Or that wasn't possible because the black queen pins the white knight. There would have been no discovered, but now she's going in for that f7 pawn. You mentioned Jovanka. You're right, that's the plan. The breakthrough is on the f7 square.
Yeah. It's been a long day and I'm suggesting bad moves, but okay, that is definitely in the air. And now, well, it's still not an easy task when you just have seconds left on the clock, and the players have to play super quickly. So it's very good that the players just keep on repeating moves, making small moves.
Oh, she's so experienced at blitz. You can tell she plays Title Tuesday every week here, Kosteniuk. She's just like pretty much going queen f6, queen d4, queen e5, queen... Oh, she gets there. Now it's a draw with the last pawn disappearing. Oh, wow. Lagno clutched it up on her side. That was incredible. I think ultimately a fair result, the way that game went. Lagno on top, Kosteniuk then on top, and ultimately cancelling each other out again. Still no wins for either side, Jovanka.
Yeah. But I feel like there's been so many stories in every game that I feel like the whole match has been played already and we're only like 2 games in. So, wow. But okay, it's still got less than 20 minutes for the 5+1 portion. Okay, I'm going to ask you, David, who do you think has been that slightly more impressive? I know this is a very difficult question because both sides have been in part playing superb chess.
Yeah, I'm going to say Kosteniuk. Like, she had a clearly winning advantage in the first game, outplayed Lagno, just couldn't find the killer blow. And second game, yes, she was worse initially because she kind of unfamiliar with the opening, kind of blundered something there. But after that, she fought back and again couldn't deliver the killer blow. So Kosteniuk, I'm going to say overall. But if you keep continuing this trend of not striking when you have the advantage, that can really kind of gnaw away at you. So yeah, early days, Jovanka. I just want to point out as well, like we're 27 minutes into the 5+1 portion now. We've only just started game 3. The previous match, Wenjun and Bibisara, they were like boom, boom, boom. They played 5 games in this portion. They played 5 games in the second portion. Like I think we were on course for like barely 4 games here. So showing just long, lengthy encounters.
Yeah, and actually, how draining is that? I mean, is it? I would imagine that it's very exhausting to play like these long games where, you're winning and then you spoil them and then you're winning. They're very topsy-turvy. Or is this like irrelevant? You just get carried away by the momentum.
Yeah, I mean, chess is draining in general, Jovanka. Like playing, watching, commentating, it's all draining. I think the players, they've been training for this. They've been, they've been preparing. It's just practice, right? I'm sure you've been there yourself. I've seen you play many long games. It can be hard, right?
Yeah, well, it's hard for me, but then I was thinking, what stupid question to ask David? Because every time I see you, David, you're playing those long games and you get kind of like some kind of energy from the moves that you make. And talking about moves that have been made, well, look at this, the queen coming down to c2. Well, it's given a double exclam because it does give away the knight. And whoa, queen takes b2. And things just got lively.
Wow, this smells of home preparation. I agree with Kevin, by the way, in the featured chat. Alexandra, probably the more disappointed of the two so far, but this must be home prep. She's spent just over a minute after this last move, but she spent a minute to give up a piece as black. The threat is bishop takes b3, kind of taking away the defender of the rook on a1. So I'm pretty sure that rook has to move. Don't really see anything else. Rook d1. And yeah, we'll see how she's being rewarded a4. The fact that she almost pre-moved that, Jovanka, this feels like Lagno's walked into something.
Yes, and the fact that the evaluation bar is now it's gone up. Okay, that was a mistake. You needed to move the knight, but okay, now you can just capture. And now the rook was going to swing down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, rook a2. You can always pre-move that. There's no threat actually after rook a2. Like every square on the second rank is covered. No checkmate, but just looks scary and it kind of immobilizes white's pieces.
Yeah. Okay, if you don't want to go rook a2, you can go bishop takes b3 and then go rook a4. It's still very, very scary. And you just have to work out that there's no problems for the black king after some kind of queen takes rook. Yeah. Because what I was worried about is if you touch the rook from a8, that there could be some funny business on the back rank, but nothing. It's all good.
Oh yeah, actually, I'll just show that, Jovanka. That's really. Oh, actually, yeah, she moves the rook away. We won't show it, but yeah, rook fc8. Just okay, let's go in. I just love showing my checkmates, and Jovanka, you pointed out a cool idea. Rook a2. You definitely have to calculate queen takes f8 at least, and followed by bishop c5 check. Now the king can't go to g8 because it gets mated on the back rank, but instead king e8. Luckily, you can block this check. It looks really scary, but you can throw your bishop or knight in the way. And black ends up doing the checkmating somewhere on the second rank. So if we go back to the game, okay, I don't blame rook fc8 at all, getting out of that. Bishop b3 just feels, Jovanka, like at some point it's going to be a collapse once the black rooks arrive. Maybe you play a move like h5 or something, h6, give your king some breathing space, and then just jump in.
I also really like rook fc8 because I was just thinking about bishop takes b3 and then some rook a4 with some sacrifice happening on e4. But okay, it's not necessary to play like this. But the problem for white is that white isn't really going to get... Okay, bishop takes b3 happens. And now white, I almost feel, has to start building a shield for the king. You know, almost like you go bishop e2, rook d2. You want to hide your king on f2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the key. And although computer didn't say it was the best, like it's still a big advantage for black and an extra pawn for Kosteniuk. First game, she was like 2, maybe 3 pawns up. Second game, she was a knight for 1 pawn up. Here, she's a pawn up again. She loves the material advantages, Kosteniuk. Can she get this game, though? I don't really like playing like queen check now, just because after the white king moves, it feels like, I don't know, maybe later the black queen will get hit. So yeah, I very much think this is more natural, challenging for the second rank. And the white king's still miles away from getting castled. Still difficult for Lagno here.
Totally. And it's not going to be very... I was going to say it's not going to be very easy to do moves like this because suddenly rook on d2 is a tactical weakness in the sense that 2 attackers and 2 defenders. I was looking at moves like rook a4, but here we're seeing that you can capture. What is the killer move to break through? Not this.
Yeah, I really didn't like rook takes d2. I think that was really kind of impatient. A queen trade, by the way, white has compensation with the bishop pair, and black's extra pawn doesn't start running anytime soon. The b pawn still takes a while. King g3, a bit of a miss. Just trying to unpin on the first rank. That's the main issue for white right now. But yeah, suddenly it looks like black doesn't have any direct attack. Maybe you play like rook g1, put it on a protected square, and bring your other bishop out finally.
Yeah. Rook g1 is such a cool customer move, right? Okay, that's perfect. And the move that you want to be playing as black is like rook a2. You just want to go immediately for the throat and go queen e1 and start chasing the... Okay, and queen a2 appears.
Mm-hmm. That's a bit panicky. I mean, there is this pattern of the 5+1 segment we've seen so far now in game 3. Kosteniuk is always lower on time. She gets to around 1 minute very quickly, and then she likes to trade off pieces. And I don't know if it's helped her so far. Maybe that's what's held her back from winning these fantastic positions. She'll take with a rook, though. Watch out, there's still knight h5 check ideas. If you can like put the bishop back on e6, play g5, knight h5 would be checkmate. But yeah, still for now, the white bishops give hope.
Yep. And also the king, it's not particularly safe, but it's a good endgame king.
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't a very good middle game king, but it's good in the later stages of the game.
I like that. Like in kind of opening class, it will be like, naughty king, you should have castled. Middle game, it's like, oh, you still forgot to castle. End game, it's like, oh, good job, you're centralized.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the problem though for Katerina is that she's still a pawn down. Her bishops, well, they're not supported, so that you do have to constantly keep an eye out for rook a3 ideas. But okay, you need to get some counterplay. How to do that?
I mean, I just want to take care of knight h5 check. I'm just so scared I'll get checkmated. I do not want to walk this naughty king up to h4. So I think something like h4 is kind of an automatic. And then you decide what to do with the white rook. Like rook d1 will defend the bishops if need be, or rook b1 going for the pawn. But h4 is played. I think safety first. That king has done a lot of legwork in this game so far.
It's a miracle it's made it this far, but it has, and now rook to d1 is absolutely forced because there was too much pressure and decision time. You got to take. And the thing is, though, I can see that if the bishop, I'm just going to put it on f1 just for the sake of it, and then rook to b1, and oh yeah, okay, this way around is also good. You know, you go bishop e4, rook to d8, and you start asking questions to the black king. That's something that might cause Alexandra to start panicking, but this is a very cool move.
Yeah, but be careful. I see a trick. Like, oh, if she'd played b5, white would have gone bishop c6, threatening rook d8 check and rook e8 checkmate. And that's a common pattern that I've seen grandmasters fall for. So rook a5, but now this advantage, yes, it's still a pawn, but it's all pawns on the same side of the board, Jovanka.
It is, but it's still there's a way for black to push forward. You can go f5, you can go g4, and you can just keep asking the questions to white. You can be tricky, like putting your rook on a2. I was thinking a1 as well. And the main thing is you got to, after all of this series of moves, you got to do a well-timed f5 and g4.
Yeah, just got to wait. You got to do a Gukesh, rook, bishop, and pawns endgame. You just got to wait until the opponent eventually blunders. I think the bishop trade kind of says goodbye to any winning chances, though, unfortunately. And rook endgames have extra drawish tendencies.
Yeah, and how long do you press this one?
I think she should play this for 9 more minutes and get to the 3+1 section. You wait 50 moves, you play f5. You wait 50 more, you play g4. You wait 50 more, then you give up a pawn. 50 more, give up another pawn. And then I'm joking.
Yeah. Okay, well, she has a plan, Now you go king h5 and king h4, and then white goes rook a8, and you got to be careful.
Yeah, this is very, very drawn. Rook a4 is a good defensive setup, meaning black can never really push. Check anytime the black king pokes its head out. And Jovanka, again, it feels like Kosteniuk. She's the one getting the chances, but she's not putting them away. That must be frustrating for her.
Yeah, it is frustrating for her. But on the other hand, it does give you a sense of accomplishment knowing that you've pressed the other one, you've got the opponent on the back foot. And well, we have a pawn on g3, so that means that the white king might be vulnerable. Rook e1, big threat, of course. Katerina sees that, and now you can... Where to go with the rook? Rook a4 check? Now's the time to start checking the black king.
Yeah, I do think actually if you put the white rook on a1 and put the white king on g1, just shuffle, I don't think you can lose that. Like black, the only way is to trade rooks, but it's a draw if the rooks are traded. Oh, allowing rook g1 is really scary. Probably still under control, but be careful. Rook e1, it's going to be a race. Black's going to make a new queen. Lagno reacts on the camera, Jovanka. She's blundered this. She went the wrong way. She had to go king d4 and race her pawn. Now she's too slow.
She's too slow, and the black king will walk around. Watch how the king will just catch that pawn or going via the right side. And here it is. Rook goes to f1, and now the king steps forward. Wow.
Whoa.
Alexandra wins.
Out of nowhere. And that was clock induced. That was exactly what we talked about. Like nothing happened for 50 moves there pretty much. And then suddenly there was a narrow path. She actually blundered the black pawn promoting, but she was still making a draw if she gave up her rook but walked the king away. The king should have gone to d4 to shoulder off the black king, not in front of its own pawn. She slowed herself down by one move, and one tempo was all it took. Jovanka, she defended like a lioness, but ultimately she couldn't hold the draw, Lagno.
Yeah, it was just a question of nerves and pressure, right? Because that's the technique. You just kind of wear your opponent out. It looked like it was completely drawn. That didn't look like there was too much for black to do. But she kept the game going. And Katerina, well, she sported. And fair play to Alexandra. She wins. I think it was only fair that Alexandra won one of those games in the end.
Yeah, it looked like she'd go 3 games with a decisive advantage and end up winless. In the meantime, this is the Scotch game. This is still very well-known theory. That's why on the left of the board, for everyone at home, we still see, instead of an eval bar, a percentage bar, showing white's win percentage, the draw percentage, black's ratio there in this position. It's still very deep. We're 18 moves in now. First real new move, knight to a3. But Jovanka, bishop and knight, we normally take over a rook, I think, in most positions, all things being equal. But here, black has 2 pawns and not so many outposts for the white knight to sit on.
Yes. And once again, when it comes to these piece imbalances, I have a set of guidelines that help. Like a bishop and knight normally work well in a middle game because it's an extra piece to target a weakness or to attack the king. In an endgame, you have to judge it first up in the mobility of the rook. So if the rook can just switch from one side to the next very easily, then the bishop and knight don't actually work so well together, thanks to the knight, because the knight is pretty clunky. And then it also is, you have to look at the mobility of the pawns. You know, is it possible to get motoring with your c5, d4, you know, that kind of c4 kind of pawn breaks? It's not very easy here. So that's why I think this one is just a harder position for the rook to play.
Yeah, Yuval Bar says that white's done some great maneuvering. I must admit, like, it's been many years since I studied this variation, this endgame, but the way she's done it, Kosteniuk in this case, with white, getting her rook to a6 very, very quickly, it's been impressive. Tying down the black rook, forcing the black king to go passive. Rook b6 is probably coming next. I don't think white wants to trade off those rooks. As you mentioned, the minor pieces need a bit of help. But yeah, hard to find a plan for black.
Yes. The thing is that the rook on e5 really cannot switch. It cannot go to the left. It cannot go to the right. It's not able to help those pawns advance. It would be a completely different kettle of fish if that pawn on b3 was not there. You know, if you took away the pawn on b3 and took away the pawn on a7 just for balance sake, then, you know, we're talking the rook is in power, you know, c5, c4, keep going. And like this, it's going to be very difficult to coordinate the pieces. And the knight and the bishop, they just hold up very well together. But the question is, how are they going to start attacking one point? So with that pawn advance, I'm looking at c6. What square are you looking at for the bishop and knight to target?
Yeah, I think c6 as well. I think it's going to be kind of micro plans here. So step 1 is to get black to advance forward with c5. First, she kind of targets f7. That's very clever, actually. Rook f6 might be another idea to target d6. But yeah, she wants c5 to happen so that she can kind of repurpose the white knight and start hitting pawns on light squares. Ultimately, it does feel like white's got to target the pawns that do sit on light squares. But yeah, how to do it is the big question. It's hard to improve the king. Like, if you could teleport the white king to like c3, then it looks fantastic. But f3, apparently a bit of a mistake.
I liked your rook f6 move. I mean, that made a lot of sense to me, because not only did it target d6, also an idea that you have is to go f4, f5, and you disrupt the pawn structure in that way as well. Create a target on h5. But okay, that wasn't done. And instead, what we're seeing is that Alexandra is going directly to get a past h pawn. So she just wants to go h5.
Yeah, she's very direct. She's very no-nonsense, Alexandra, in her approach to chess and life. I remember I once held online like training sessions, and some very strong grandmasters were attending. Like Alexandra Prague was there, some other like 26, 2700s, and I was giving a session on endgames, and I forced them to play like 4 versus 3 pawn structures on the king side when it was like rook end games, then like rook and knight versus rook and bishop versus rook and bishop, and all these different ones. And every like training game, Alexandra would be like, whoop, straight direct, like boom, 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 like try to go straight for the win, or as a like on the defensive side, she'd try and force the draw immediately rather than just sitting still and building a fortress. And I was like, Alexandra, just like sometimes you can take a chill. You've built a fortress, you don't need to do anything. But she was like, yeah, but I can force a draw if I'm accurate. And it's like, it's just fascinating. There's no right or wrong answer in that scenario. But I just loved how consistent and how like focused, determined she was. She was like, I see the draw, I'm going to get it. Or in this case, I create an outside pass pawn. She created the H pawn. I'm not going to hang around. I'm not going to wait and just kind of maneuver slowly. I'm going to go for it. And wow, a pawn's dropped. Is it time to grab it?
It is time to grab it, and I'm gonna grill you a little bit more on that secret meeting of chess minds. But for now, we're gonna focus on the position, and yeah, you can grab it. You can grab it in many ways. You can go bishop takes f7. Okay, the counterplay that Lagno is banking on is d3. d3 and run with a pawn. Okay, so how can white meet that? I mean, you also can make moves such as b4 as well. Try to really unsettle the pawn structure there.
This is getting really sharp. And if she doesn't find the right way forward, the bar might slip the whole other direction. Just to put it on the board, like it looks like a twofold decision, which way you take on f7. My intention, actually my instinct was actually to take with the bishop, but I think this might be wrong. Just to show, bishop takes f7, black plays a move like d3, hitting the knight, and the white rook cannot take it, has to tie down, defending it to its bishop. Knight e3, like d2, and suddenly rook takes knight is threatened. This looks really scary for white. I don't think she'll play this, but rook takes pawn. If we see a rook trade, maybe this is different now, because after d3, you put the knight in e3, your bishop's coming back with a check, you can defend the knight with a king, and I don't think there's a way for this pawn to ever get through. You can even take this one, come back, and white's G and H will win it. She still hasn't moved. If we go back to the position, Jovanka, I really love your b4 as well, by the way. That will be unexpected for Lagno.
Yeah, that was the option. That was plan B if the capture on f7 did not work. But yeah, you needed to invest some time in calculation. A4 being played. Okay, well now it's time to get mobile, right? You can go d5 and block this rook check on f6 with a rook on e6.
Yeah, pawn to d5, just while we have the analysis board, the live board up as well. d5 here, rook check will be blocked. And maybe we would see this variation, a white bishop flicking in, saving itself with a check, and then taking this pawn, and white still defends this diagonal. I think this is the idea for Kosteniuk. That's why she carved out the b5 square for her bishop. So we might see d5, we might not. I think it's the most logical move. I wouldn't be shocked if she plays it. But this is a 3-result endgame, I'm going to say.
Yeah, it's a wild one, right? Rook h7, if you want to defend, you can defend the pawn on f7 that way. But instead, we see the most natural move, d5. So we're expecting the rook to lift itself. Yep. Oh.
Whoa.
King steps back. I didn't. Well, that makes a lot of sense when you think about it, because she's just arguing that the d pawn is going to run, and it's going.
Whoa. And look at that white knight. It's almost trapped. It has to go to the edge of the board. I think knight a3 is the only move. You don't want to go to the corner, knight a1. And whoa. Alexandra Kosteniuk is playing with fire. Again, she always chooses the most direct. Like d5 happened, she just took that pawn after a check. She's not going to mess around with any subtleties there. But white gets one more move. White is winning. Rook d6. I think black has to stop that. There we go. d1 still threatened. Oh, she's living life on the edge here. She might have to go back with her knight and block.
And talking about the edge, this is going to be the final game in the 5+1 portion, as the match timer has ticked down to 0. So for Katerina Lagno, she is fighting to get that important win and level the match. And there goes the B pawn. This is still very, very wild. I mean, h5 is a running.
Yeah, C pawn also running. I mean, it just looks maybe easier for black, at least the plan in practical terms. And here we go. The H pawn too slow. The C pawn is going to be the game winner, the match winner for Lagno if she pushes it here and now. Computer says this is the only winning move. It's also the most natural move, Jovanka.
It is the most natural move, you know. You got to push your advanced pawns, and it is just squares away from queening. And yeah, the pawn on h6, when you're objective about it, it doesn't have too much support. So, okay, now here you can go rook to c.
She finds it.
Oh.
The only winning move. Pin on the bishop, and not just that, the black rooks are getting back in time. She leans back, Lagno. That's a power statement there. She's winning this bishop next. Rook's going to get to h3 and pick up the h-pawn. Exchange up. She's going to level the scores at the end of this 5+1 portion.
Yes, she is. And look how powerful those rooks are. And the thing is, the pawn on d2 will still remain alive at the end of the day. Okay.
Yeah,
you can obviously keep that one under lock and key. Go rook to h3. You can throw checks. Ah!
Yeah. Jovanka, I was going to say, you had to give a check. If rook h3 first, white would have played rook b2, and white would have saved that game. So rook g3 check, then rook h3 by Lagno. There was a trick in the position. Just crazy accuracy. She deserves this comeback if she's going to get it. I think she's going to. Just too little material now for white to survive this.
That
go.
is going to clinch it.
Kosteniuk resigns. She was looking for that resign button. She found it, but great comeback from Lagno. Whoa, we have a real match on our hands. Just as close as the earlier quarterfinal. 2-2 after the 5+1.
Just as close, just as nerve-wracking, full of twists and turns, but at the end it is 2 points apiece. David, who do you think will be feeling the slightly better after that very emotional, very intense portion?
Yeah, it's again tough to call. I think both have reasons to be happy. Kosteniuk was doing most of the moving. It felt like she was doing most of the pressing, the pushing. Even in the last game that she lost, she had the advantage, played very ambitiously, and it slipped away. Lagno, though, being on the back foot in all 4 games, and then coming out on equal footing on level scores, I think she'll be thrilled with the outcome, if not the manner of the play so far. So, Jovanka, I think 50-50 as we head in to the second of the 3 time portions.
50-50. You heard it first. Anything can happen. And just to mention, don't forget to subscribe to our Twitch channel. Things are just so much better when you subscribe. So you can unlock exclusive emotes of your favorite players, no ads on Chess.com, and fun content during the broadcast breaks. So use !subscribe in chat to level up your streaming experience. And everyone, grab yourselves a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, get ready, because when we come back from the break, we're going to have a very intense blitz portion right after this one.
This is how the world number 4 and 11 play chess. I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and what we saw between China's Su Jiner and Georgia's Nana Taknidze at the 2024 FIDE Grand Prix was nothing short of fireworks. The game kicks off with an Nimzo in the defense, and after e4, it was clear that Taknidze was out of the lab, because the best move here was g5 followed by knight takes e4. A crazy line, hard to find over the board unless you've got stockfish in your pocket. After bishop e7, white already stands more comfortably thanks to that juicy space advantage. Give me space, baby. And now, who would have thought that castling short could be a mistake here? But it is. It was better to play g3, a nice prophylactic jab to keep the knight off f4. Now, the donkey lands on f4, and suddenly black, who had no room to breathe, manages to swap off 2 minor pieces, and in this kind of cramped position, that's a small victory. After finishing development, white launches in with h4 and h5, going full kamikaze mode, but it is a bit too hopeful. This attack ain't landing on JFK, folks. Then comes b5, and Su Jiner strikes with d5, which is possible thanks to the poor knight on e7, the baby deer of the position, all alone in the forest. Black tries to close the center, but we unblock with c5, an excellent idea. Capturing on d5 would have been more solid. But after d takes c5, Zhu throws in the spicy d6, an in-between move that makes that pass pawn a real problem. After this sequence of moves, queen a1 looked active, trying to target the a5 pawn. But it's harmless, because that d6 pawn is the star of the show. Moral of the story, in life you have to admit your mistakes. Back we go with our tail between our legs to protect d6. Black goes fishing for repetition, but Zhu says no way and plays queen to f5, a venomous move. The knight on f6 is overloaded, trying to babysit both d7 and d5 at the same time. It is a full-time job and no overtime. Only move to hold was knight to b6, giving up the a5 pawn just to plug the hole on d6. But after that Nixie plays rook f4, Zhu drops the pawn, d7. Now, if rook takes f5, white ends up a full rook up. And in the actual game, that Nixie took on d7, landing in a clean last position with white up a piece. And for someone like Zhu, that's easy pickings. Did you like that one? I hope you did!
Back, and we are moving on to half an hour of 3+1. But looking at the scoreboard, it looks like everything was calm, quiet. 2-2, 5, was it 4 draws? No, nothing of the sort. I mean, we saw twists, turns, thrills, spills, but it was of a different type, different nature than the first match, where that one was a bit more explosive. Here, it feels like anything could have happened until the very end.
Exactly. This feels like a far more classical match. Of course, these two, they've contested some really huge events. They fought for titles against each other, alongside each other. And yeah, it just feels like they're going mainline in every game. Real opening debate, kind of battle of opening theory. Who's done the better prep? Who's done the better home cooking there in the opening lab? And then it comes down to a bit of a maneuvering phase, or kind of who can eke out the advantage, and then the conversion phase. It's very clear, it's very structured, this match, at least the 4 games in the 5+1 section, as opposed to Wenjun against Bibisara Asabayeva, where it was kind of chaos very early, lots of random kind of little sidelines, and then skirmishes and time scrambles. So we'll see. But Jovanka, I'm really enjoying this. I've learned a lot already from the openings, especially Alexandra. It feels like she's come specially prepared with some secret weapons in that Scotch and in that mainline Sicilian as black.
Exactly. And what I'm noticing is that she's come specially prepared for an opponent that she knows very, very well. And there we see Alexandra just utilizing the Caro-Kann. And a big question now for Katerina. Is she going to be doing h4? Is she going to take it to the main lines with knight f3 or knight c3? But okay, it is knight f3. And well, Alexandra, she's an uncompromising player. It has been a lot of chess, a lot of words. And she goes straight for the center.
Yeah, she's very principled, very mainline oriented. Her whole career, she's been always kind of happy to embrace these opening battles. And yeah, playing this variation with bishop f5 and then a quick c5, you do need to know quite a lot of theory. And in this position, you do have to be willing to part with the bishop pair. I was going to say knight takes d4 would have left the black king very vulnerable on this diagonal. So keeping this knight on c6 as a bit of a linchpin is important. Jovanka, you must be happy to see Caro-Kann on the board, though, here at the WSCC.
Of course, I'm always happy when my favorite opening gets played. I feel a little bit protective of it as well. I don't feel very happy when someone loses with it or doesn't work out. But here we see it's fireworks already, because the other portion of the match was pretty cagey, very long, drawn out games. This one, far from that. White is just going bam, bam, bam. They want to go h3, they want to go f5, they want to just checkmate the king. Now, the thing is, though, Black has got a very solid bishop to b5 check, as you point out, also in the air. Black has been very, very solid. So if Black is able to withstand this initiative, they are going to have great chances for the counterattack. The bishop can find a beautiful square on e4. There's going to be an open h line, as we're seeing right now on the board. And also d4 pawn, I mentioned it, it's a target in an endgame, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm. So long term, a lot of hope for Black, but what do you make of this? Jovanka, Lagno's gone so direct. She's won a pawn early on h5. Maybe not the most important pawn, but she's trying to gun for the Black king. Do you think Kosteniuk's going to make it to the endgame? That's the big question.
Well, that is the big question. I tell you something. Whenever I played Alexandra Kosteniuk, she has always played like this against me. She just goes straight for the jugular. She wins every single time, and I'm like, okay. And sometimes I've been like the first person to leave the playing hall. That was back in 2008. Did not work out well for me. Yeah, this is a big question. Will she survive? And well, the computer's saying no, actually. There's a big problem with that move. So first up, you have to calculate what is happening after moves like just f5. What other breakthroughs are there? Because f5 does allow knight takes e5. There's knight takes d5, something very radical. But f5 being played.
Yeah, boom. And just to show on the board, knight takes e5 is what Kosteniuk wanted to scare Lagno with, due to this diagonal being open, knight takes e5, for example. And this move would now not allow the knight to be captured, since the Black queen can capture the bishop on e3 with a check, and suddenly tables turn. Black has the advantage, e5 falling as well after Black castles. But knight takes e5 unfortunately allows knight to a4. Very simple here. Attacking the Black queen, kicking her off this diagonal. She can no longer establish the balance and kind of maintain that threat on e3. And at the end, your knight simply drops off. So Kosteniuk's gone a different direction. She went queen takes b2, pawn hunting in that direction. Rook c1, very calm. And oof, Jovanka, you mentioned something like knight takes d5. That's going to happen after f5 is clarified. It feels like Black's center's falling apart.
Yeah, the problem is Black also has no place to hide the king. If they could change the rules of opposite side castling, I would say the king would kind of scooch one square further, king to b8, so rook to c8. Then I think that everything might be okay. But as it stands, no. Yeah.
It's funny, I was at dinner recently and Levon Aronian came up and he was really advocating for changing the rules of castling in chess. So if you castle queenside, you can end up on c8 or b8 or a8. You can choose, and your rook always sits next to you. So if you end up on c8, the rook goes to d8, b8. He was like, you keep your opponent guessing. You have so many more options in chess, so many more potential moves. And likewise, if you castle kingside, you can end up on f1 or g1 or h1 with your king, the rook next to it. So under those rules, Black would have been doing great. Like you said, put the king on a8, tuck it to bed, keep it safe. But unfortunately, not under our rules of chess.
Yeah, no, I like this rule. I like Levon's hot take. They asked me once for a hot take, and I said increment was ruining the game. I was purposefully dramatic, and I really just kicked open the hornet's nest there. People did not like that at all.
Pandora's box, yeah. Ooh. But you're ahead of your time, Jovanka. Like EWC, Esports World Cup, no increment, and that was a big success, I think, amongst the players, the fans, everyone. So maybe increment. Yeah, it's a divider of opinion.
Yes, it's just funny because, like, I had so many people who I know who are my age and older. We all grew up playing with no increment, and yet they were going, no, 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 no. I mean, we're just going back to the past, how they used to play.
Yeah, I grew up with no increment as well, and like, oh my god, the time scrambles. I'm surprised I still play chess. I remember having like I don't know, 20 seconds to make 20 moves, and it was hair-raising stuff. In the meantime, I don't think Kosteniuk's going to survive 20 moves from this position with the H pawn marching. But
No, she doesn't
I
have
think
too
the
much
increments.
time either.
Yeah, that's the one thing saving her though, the increment.
Yeah, it is saving her, and well, she's throwing in this last hurrah. The knight can capture the pawn, but queen takes, and yes, she's just a rook down, and now queen out to. Could the queen not have gone? No, the queen couldn't have gone to g5 because you can block it. So it's just a piece down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she tried to simplify Kosteniuk, but somehow this Caracan didn't work out for her. Lagno was so energetic and aggressive in the punishment. And here we go. The checks are going to dry up. E6. Oof. That white e-pawn is going to march even further forward. The eval bar says M7. That means mate in 7. It's actually going to be mate in 1 in this case. Checkmate. And Lagno hits the front. Takes the lead for the first time.
Yes. Lagno there with the win. Okay, but Alexandra will come back with the white pieces, and it is an e4, e5. So, okay, there we're seeing something very tense. And I've always had the impression this knight c3, whilst it is tricky, it's still relatively solid. And will we see like, okay, I was gonna joke with you, David. Will we see d6, the bishop come out to g5, and you know, this kind of scholastic chess variation?
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what most people learn when we're at school, like you say, or like when we're first learning the ropes, discovering what openings are. Put your bishops on c4, knights towards the center, bishop on e3. But this is actually very similar, if not identical, to what happened in the Ding Liren against Gukesh World Championship match. Ding used it with white, prepared a really deep line. I'm trying to recall the exact details. Like, it's always tricky knowing whether the H pawns were on h3 and h6 or not. But ultimately, he got an advantage there. It was a draw, but it's become super trendy, this whole variation. White's risking nothing, like you say. And just let's play chess is the mantra. But for Kosteniuk, I don't know if I like the fact she's jumping around. She started changing openings every game, Ivanka.
Yeah. But they all have one thing in common, right? They're designed for the long game. You know, she's come with this whole intention that she wants to provoke Katerina to be very direct. But it is a little bit anti her natural style. Her inclination is always to go forward, to play cutthroat chess. I mean, we saw that to great effect against Carissa. And now we have a game where I feel like white has a slight pull. You know, you have the open f line. I'm dreaming about getting a white knight to f5, but this is also very, very nice. And you can got a very simple plan of just doubling on the f line. And Katerina, in her trademark style, she just goes direct.
Mm-hmm. She is a bit of a counter puncher. She always has been. Lagno, like if someone comes at her, that's when she kind of shows her best. And like b5, just before white lands the attack, she hits the white knight. When the knight retreats, she's going to go queen c5, attacking the e3 pawn, attacking c2 as well. And wow, counterattack by Kosteniuk, not on my radar. Queen takes c6 is the idea. Interesting trade. But probably that just helps black. At least it takes the risk out for black, like if it's just heavy pieces. But either way, b5 is, yeah, she's been playing with great energy, actually, Lagno. I've been very impressed.
Yeah, and I've also been impressed, especially the way that she came back. You know, she lost a quite painful game. She knows it was a draw. It was quite elementary, but she just got on with it. And even though she was caught in some opening preparation, deep opening preparation, she just found some fantastic resources. And here we see some trades, but Katerina, she's just finding some great moves to remain in the game. You know, she's got counterplay against b2. d3 is also a target. And it's just a question of mobilizing the rooks.
Yeah, one of those rooks will likely move now. White's going to grab some pawns, black's going to grab some pawns, and when the dust settles, it should be equal, unless there's a mistake along the way. So, yeah, I think a good result if Lagno can guide this towards a draw now. Kosteniuk, I think, just trying to just calm herself. Solid game here, solid opening, but nothing too special. This is probably the first game she's actually been up on time, though. Since we began, Jovanka, it's always been Lagno ahead by a minute or so, but this time it's Kosteniuk trying to speed up.
Yeah, and I did wonder about this particular pawn move. Just in case you were concerned about the double rook ending, queen to b4, targeting the b2 pawn. You even got ideas of perhaps going queen d2 and targeting the rook on c1 and the pawn on e3. But I didn't know who that actually benefited, because there is a rook takes e5 and then there is d4, and the pawn on c7 is still very weak.
Yeah, white's very active. Like you said, d4 looks like a good way to guard the threat on this rook. Alternative would be either queen takes c7, which looks very loose, or rook e7 maybe, but d4 just solidifying. I think once white gets a king on h2, it's hard to imagine too many checks. And the fact that white's pieces are more active than black's probably helps. Kosteniuk here, queen b4 feels like a step in the wrong direction. I guess just keeping an eye on a4, but Jovanka, maybe things are turning here.
Yeah, you can see like the king coming to h2. I was thinking about rook c5 because I really wanted a rook on e7. I mean, there was nothing deeper than that. But often in this type of position, it is piece activity and it's king safety. If you can just have a hiding place for your king, then everything will be fine. And well, this pawn on f6, well, yes, it chases away the rook, but it makes the black king very, very vulnerable.
I'm pretty sure I can hear Ben Feingold like tutting right now, and just never play f6. It looks so scary, looks so weakening, but she's pretty much banking on the fact she can hold the 7th rank with one of her rooks on e7 or f7 just to defend everything. It looks so anti-positional, but now, don't take on a4 because of rook d7, but rook e7 does seem to hold things together. Maybe f6 was just a great defense there, Jovanka.
Yeah, it was very gutsy, but well calculated. And and there we see actually that there's a big problem with the king.
Ooh.
The king f2.
Didn't see that one coming, given a question mark. White could have gone on the attack with rook b1, by the way, and tried to get in behind. The black queen would have gone to d6 anyway, and then white could have given some checks, but maybe rook b1, bring that rook in the game. The rook's doing nothing. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
She is a pawn up, Kosteniuk. She's been able to consolidate it.
And now she can consolidate even further. I mean, the only thing, again, that Kosteniuk has to think about at every single opportunity is, where is her safe place for the king? If she has that in mind, she can make decisions such as queen takes a5, but you've got to cover e3 now.
Mm-hmm. She's held everything together. Rook to c3 now holds the e3 pawn. Yeah, you force black back, and the white king is the main issue. If the white king could somehow find safety, then it's just a clear pawn advantage. I think rook trade helps white. Queen trade helps white, but not easy to achieve those things, Jovanka.
Yeah, I was going to put the king on g1. Somehow or other, it feels safer with it. Not out there on the 2nd rank. But okay, this is a nice idea. At least you completely immobilize the black rook there on d7. And now she is taking full control.
Ooh, getting closer. She's opened up the 7th rank. So there's going to be tactics against the black king in the near future. She's going pawn hunting now. Rook takes d6. There was a queen c7 check, so that was impossible. Black's queen is caught in two minds. It might just be the a-pawn marching that's going to decide this game, but last hurrah, she tries to open up the white king. Kosteniuk has got this if she can stay calm, Jovanka.
Yeah, and she just has seconds left on the clock. She's got the hiding place on h2. She just has to stick the king there. Yeah, okay, everything is covered. The king is safely tucked away, and now this is it. She can just start advancing the pawns.
There we go. She's going to get this game, Kosteniuk. Lagno reacted when she played h4. She pre-moved h4, expecting the white king to move back, but Kosteniuk caught her in that pre-move and blocked with the queen, won that h-pawn, and now a8 is just going to cost black a rook. We're going to see a resignation or win on time from Kosteniuk instead, and it's back to level footing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both of these players, they're so effective at the counter punches. Alexandra won, then Katerina struck back. Katerina wins. Alexandra hits back. Impressive. Okay, and Katerina with the white pieces, she was so convincing against the Caro-Kann. And now we are going to go back into that. I was going to say the Richter rise over the G takes f6, but instead we have E takes f6.
Yeah, I don't know about taking on f6 like without being provoked. It feels like that's a loss of time. Some of the main lines are black playing h6, asking for bishop takes f6. And then you basically win a tempo for white. You can get a useful move in while black plays a move like h6. In the previous, all the way back in game one, if we rewind action replay, like black forced a trade by bringing the queen out to a5, trying to tickle the dark square bishop into taking on f6. Here, I must admit, Jovanka, this is like my dream scenario. Like, this is a well-known structure. You always like go f5, just sack a pawn, e takes f5, and then you go d5, bishop pair, dark square control, and these bishops for black have so much potential.
They do. And sure enough, Alexandra knows her stuff. f5 on the board. And the white king is actually in big danger, right? Ricky 8, let's not beat around the bush there. And the piece will have to block that check.
Oh, there are more checks. Everything's come with tempo for Kosteniuk. Great opening success for her with black. She's sacked a pawn, but she can gain it back with a queen check. She can either take on f5 after that. She takes an f5 first with a queen check to come. Maybe she could have gone for the a2 pawn as well if she was feeling extra hungry. But still looking great. Although white can castle finally.
Yeah. And I would actually say that going for the a2 pawn looked a lot more dangerous. The f5 pawn was very weak. But okay, this looks great. You know, you got central control. Now you just have to step back with the queen and cover the c6 point. And where should you go with the queen? Keep her in the center. Queen to d7. Very nice.
Very nice. Makes a lot of sense. Although Lagno has stabilized and the knight versus the bishop isn't the worst dynamic. I'm expecting white to try and play for like b3 and c4 maybe now. Play against the pawns. You want to block them on dark squares, so they sit on dark squares so you can control the light squares. As for your Lagno right now, level on time, I'm going to say very level position, Jovanka. Oof, we're down to the last 11, 12 minutes now in the 3+1. If it goes into the bullet level scores, whose mouse skills have impressed you the most?
Oh, that's a tricky question because Katerina was quick and she's experienced at this. But talking about experience, like Alexandra is one of the most experienced women on the online circuit. She always plays Title Tuesday. She's a powerful player. It's like toss the coin. I don't know. David.
Yeah. Heads or tails? And sorry, tough question. I don't have an answer myself, so I'm glad I got there in first before you were able to ask it to me. But Queen A4, I'm expecting B3. Like white wants to play that anyway, and it looks very, very level, this position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does look very level. The one thing that I would say for white is white does need to take a timeout at some point to go h3 or g3. You want to make some lift for the white king to escape to, just so that you can avoid any back rank issues.
Oof. I was saying it's a level position, but after a3, I don't know, I might have to eat my words. Like, that's a very anti-positional move. Like, now the black rook is still attacking the b pawn. It's not on a safe square ever. It's a backward pawn. Black bishop has potential of attacking that one after d4 breaks, even deep in the endgame. Like, white's pawns are now targets. You want them on light squares rather than dark squares. I'm very surprised the player of Lagno's kind of her quality and her experience would play a move like a3, unless she just missed that b3 would protect that pawn anyway.
And here comes my point about the back rank. So say for instance you were like, hey, I want to win the pawn. Sorry, rook takes d5. You can go queen takes d1. And problems with the back rank.
Let's show that. And Kosteniuk is allowing this still. Rook takes d5. That is very surprising. If we just quickly rewind, it's not taken. Why is that pawn not taken? I don't understand chess. But if we just very quickly go back, maybe she was still caught in the mindset that rook takes d5 wasn't possible. A few moves ago, as Jovanka pointed out, very nicely, very importantly, queen takes d1 check, wins the house, wins the game, because after the rook takes, black lands at back rank checkmate next move. But after g3, rook e6, she could now have taken on d5 because queen takes rook. This would have not been good news for black. At the very end, white's queen is actually more active, queen and pawn versus two rooks, and probably advantage white. So if we go back to the game, not much has changed, but missed opportunity there for Lagno. I think just trusting her opponent too much.
Yeah, big opportunity there for Lagno, but okay, there's still a lot of pressure against the d5 pawn. And one of the things that you really want to do, okay, h4, I liked. I was also gonna suggest a very anti-positional move, which is to go b4 at some point, so that you can go knight to d4, and but it is, yeah, okay, and it appears.
Yeah, I think, yeah, and that scenario wasn't anti-positional because you're carving out a square, and that's the most important thing. I get what you mean, Jovanka. It's like a bit loosening for white, the pawns on dark squares, but I think great decision. Great shout out there. Lagno trusts you, and I think you're proven right. Eval Bar liked it too.
Well, that's good news. But there is one thing that is worrying in the position for white, and that is the queen on d3. She's a blockader. What is she doing on that square? And then there you go. She can be booted. And now it's a pass pawn on c3. The knight is loose, and the a pawn is falling.
A pawn falling. Yeah, she slipped up there in the move order, Lagno. She could have traded rooks, not allowing black to break through on c3, and now she's had to give up her own rook on c3, exchange sacrifice. She has a knight and pawn in return. I totally understand why she preferred to kind of struggle on in this position rather than live with that pawn in her throat, but it's going to be an uphill struggle to save this one. If the queens come off Jovanka, this is over.
Yeah, it is completely over. I mean, the problem is that the rook is got so many squares just to wander around the board. As you mentioned, there's queen c6 in the air. The white king is not out of danger. And what you really want to be doing is using the king on g2 just to protect the pawn on f2. You want to be creating some counterplay, targeting some weak points, but you can't do that. And there we see Katerina, she's fighting hard. She wants to create a pass pawn, but it's not really working for her. I mean, is there not rook to e2?
I think she's panicking a bit, Kosteniuk. This is really reminiscent of the first few games of this match where she had a material advantage, couldn't finish it off. She really desperately wants to get those queens off the board. She's going to try and trick Lagno into a queen trade. But so far, just gaining time. Oh, she tricks her by grabbing an a4 pawn, and suddenly her rook is pinned. She pinned the white knight, but her rook got pinned in the process, and it's going to be a level endgame, and g5 is meltdown, self-destruct.
I think that was a mouse slip. I don't think that was deliberate at all. I think she just was a bit shocked by the fact that this had happened. You could see it on her face there on the camera. And then she just had her finger on the G pawn, and that's how that mistake got happened, because G5 is not a move that she would normally play.
I'm 100% sure that wasn't a mouse slip, unfortunately. I think it was just panic.
Okay.
She couldn't move the rook pinned. She couldn't move the king defending the rook. She couldn't move any other pawns. She had only one move, queen b6, or I guess queen e6. And I think she just had a mouse over that and had no time. So she just kind of flinched and played that move. But Jovanka, either way, that was devastating. Instead of a win, which we were talking about 3 moves earlier, she ended up losing. That's a full point swing. And we see her closing her eyes there for a second, Kosteniuk. Feeling it. Oh.
Yeah, that's a difficult loss to shake off. Yeah, oh no. But okay, they've gone for the Scotch, and we're back. It's one of the most complicated positions. You know, one of the funny things about the Scotch is that often white can lose a whole load of pawns on the king side, but it doesn't really matter because the bishop on a6 and the knight on b6 are kind of locked out of play.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite blitz openings. I'm never brave enough to play it in classical. That's the problem, Jovanka. Like, it's such a tricky opening for both sides. But yeah, this position, for example, if white were like the f pawn down, if you picked up the f pawn and threw it off the board, you would say probably it's level. But because it's equal material, and the fact that the black knights and bishop are still locked out, it means that white has a small advantage. So you're right. This feels like a success for Kosteniuk. She pushes her a pawn, trying to corner that knight. If a5 lands, there is only one safe square, which you're probably never coming out of. So d5 to break out.
Mm-hmm. And there we see again, d5 given a question mark. Not the best move in the position. the first move you got to calculate is like c5, right? c5, and let's get going with all the everything happening. But okay, that's a move to calculate. You got to spend some time on that. And how much time should one spend in such a critical moment?
Yeah, it's tough. Like if you're me, then the answer is too long. I like moments like this. I'm like, oh, I have an advantage. Oof, I'll spend 2 minutes and then wait. I'm about to get flagged. But I think the wisdom is like if there are forcing moves, you spend a bit more time, calculate. If there aren't forcing moves, you just improve a piece, like bishop h3 or knight f3 or something productive. There we go, bishop h3. So yeah, it's so tricky, Ivanka. Like the top players in the world, like the Magnuses, Hikarus, or Alarezes, they'll play moves kind of mainly by instinct. They'll only stop when they have to calculate, and probably not yet. But looking good for Kosteniuk in the meantime.
Definitely looking good as she establishes a pin. And this bishop on a6 is completely locked out of the game. And now it's almost time to get working with a knight to f3, knight to e5. Let's get going.
Mm-hmm. I think there's like two approaches here. I was going to say either you take that black knight off the board and you just land a beautiful pony on e5, or you kind of try and trade off all the rooks and try and grind down an endgame with a black bishop stuck. This just looks fantastic. Like, yeah, king c3, h4, like just stop any g5 nonsense, and just black is stuck.
Yeah. And this bishop is completely locked out of the game. So the common wisdom there is just transfer the game to the other side of the board. So like, for instance, here, you'd probably be going, you want to be solidifying f4. You don't want to lose that point at all. But now you just kind of make sure, I would go rook f1.
Mm-hmm.
Rook f1 and then, or rook d4, sorry. I go rook f1, rook d4, and then once you've solidified,
Yep.
march the king round or get your knight round too.
Yeah, knight d3 might have been stronger a bit earlier, but yeah, still looks very good for white. Given a question mark, I don't think that's such a big thing. Computer liked your, by the way, king b4, king c5, Ivanka just sadistically sitting on the dark squares and saying to that bishop, I'm going to lock that door and throw away the key. But rook f3 is okay too. Big advantage still. She has to get this one, you feel, Kosteniuk. It might be the last game of the 3+1 segment. And again, she's blown a few promising positions. I think if it's level going into 1+1, it's anyone's game. But if she loses this with white now, she'll feel that things are just against her.
Yeah, she'll feel jinxed. And that's not a good feeling, but she has to reset because just around the corner, it is 15 minutes of intense bullet. Now, one of the reasons I wasn't going to be suggesting this move is because somehow you feel like c5 or pawn takes pawn is the answer to this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she does trust you. It's triple pawns, but just temporary. And now c5. And now the black bishop has breathing space. It feels air for the first time in this game. Still needs a bit of time, but yeah, a bit of a misstep. You definitely don't want to trade rooks now on black's terms and undouble the c-pawns.
Yeah. And now step back with the king. I liked your plan. Activate the worst piece. And no. Don't do that because the bishop is not going to get into the game.
Yeah. White can go for checkmate, like white can, okay, now go rook g3, bishop d7, whoops, checkmate. She does play it. Like she's threatening rook g8 and rook b2 to catch the king on b7. Oh, is there some danger? Rook f6, the eval bar says that white is totally winning. Oh, how big is that window of opportunity? It's a rook trade. Oh, she takes it off. Yeah, Ivanka, I think the best was to go back to the 7th rank and stack up on the 7th rank with both of the white rooks. Yeah. That would have been terminal, but okay, hard decision to make there with no time on the clock. I think she goes for something still very promising.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, time was just speeding past, right? 12 seconds. I mean, these players are just playing on instinct, so I'm not going to fault them for anything. And there we're seeing that the rook is now going to swing in, but it can't go rook to d7. You have to go rook to b8, to rook 2.
Mm-hmm. You're right. She should have gone to rook b2. She could have got in. Instead, she's gone very passive with the white rook. And now she's dropped her h-pawn. She's lost control, Kosteniuk. Look at the clock again. She's always starting these scrambles like 10, 15 seconds behind, and it's cost her several points already. Knight checks. Yeah. Oh, it's so tricky, but she's lost her advantage. And, just as I say that, rook takes c7 would have trapped the bishop. Oof.
And it's come out, but it's 2 seconds for Alexandra. She got to move.
Got to move. But this is turning. The white king's caught in the kill zone. Careful, you might be mated if you're not careful with white here.
Another pawn advances. Okay, at least the white king is safe and the a pawn has left the board. But still, now the h pawn is advancing and everything is safe.
Yeah, everything's safe for both players, we should mention. It's going to be a draw this game. That means Lagno is going to maintain her lead heading into the bullets portion. But it could have been so different. Kosteniuk, she's left so many half chances on the board. And here we'll see king versus king, a fitting end to that game. Jovanka, 3 minutes is over. It's all about bullet now.
It is all about bullet. It's all about precision. It's all about that speed with the mouse and those good instincts. Oh, David, it's the kind of match, it's the kind of day where we've seen our heart racing furiously. But at the end, it's basically Alexandra Kosteniuk is trailing by 1 point. Katerina Lagno has that 1 point lead. Everything is hinging on bullet. And everyone, and yes, just getting my mind organized because this is happening. Don't miss this week's Community Freestyle Friday. Every Friday, this event is open to everyone to compete in a Chess 960 style arena and win diamond membership on Chess.com. Starting at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, try your hand at the unpredictable variant that has the chess world talking. So use !communityff in chat or visit go.chess.com/communityff for more information. And on that note, well, the players are going to have to draw on every ounce of reserve, every ounce of energy, because it's the bullet portion coming up next. See you in a few minutes.
Join the community club on Chess.com and participate in amazing community events every week. On Mondays, challenge yourself with incredible openings in Opening Roulette. Don't miss on Title Tuesday every week right after Title Tuesday. On Wednesday, join Arena Kings and compete against a lineup of legendary creators. On Fridays, try the all-new Community Freestyle Fridays and throw opening theory out the window. And finally, round out the week by showing off your speed in the Community Bullet Brawl. Win prizes, battle legends, and challenge yourself. Play in the community tournaments every week on Chess.com.
And this is white to move, yeah?
So white to move and win.
It's made in one, yeah?
Okay, let me think. Actually, I think it's quite hard. Because now I don't have any clue about it.
It's quite a tricky position. Queen to g3.
Correct.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. Sure this is made in one? Ah! Now I got it. Queen g3.
Queen g3. Yeah. Lovely.
Yeah. Thank God I'm a chess player. I saw that. Yeah.
So many pins, yeah? So many pins.
I think Hou, because generally she has like a perfect instinct for generally for chess. I think about the time, because generally everyone gonna make a mistake, and if you play quite fast, But okay, the quality of the game is really hard to say. I think I played once before and I was really enjoying playing that. But for me, I think speed chess is like a really fun things to do. So I think for me, my strategy is try to enjoy playing and don't think about the preparation too much, because just like I said, because we're gonna make a lot of mistakes. So like opening preparation, I think is not very important, but maybe like energy and also like when you how to say down the points, but maybe you still have time to chase and like a 1+1 or something like that. No, I think generally all chess is include luck and skills. It's not only for the speeches. I think sometimes actually it's really can't control. Like you have a winning position, but under the time pressure and also like different circumstances, and you just can't explain what happened, but maybe you just lose a chance to win this game. So I think, but for me, I think when you lose some kind of position like that or some tournament like that, maybe in the future the luck will come back. Yeah.
Welcome back, and as you can see, everything is setting up for the perfect scenario, because we have 15 minutes of bullet ahead of us, and Katerina Lagno is nursing a 1-point lead over Alexandra Kosteniuk. Anything can happen. We are going to see moments of pure chaos, pure craziness. We've got everything. All the drama lined up, and everything is resting on these two players, Katerina Lagno, Alexandra Kosteniuk. It's been almost too close to call, but who do we think has the better bullet skills?
Oh, this one is going to be tough. Alexandra Kosteniuk has been very impressive, but the one thing that's let her down has been that time scramble phase. It is a one-game match, and the one game that started to turn things around where Lagno took the lead, that was when Kosteniuk had a winning advantage, had the extra exchange, then kind of self-destructed towards the end. So I think Lagno, two-time Blitz world champion, she might have the slightly favored chances here just because she has the lead. And for Kosteniuk, who's been classical world champion, rapid world champion, but never Blitz world champion, I think maybe it's up to her now to make things happen as we start with a Sicilian dragon. What could be more fiery than that, Jovanka?
Yeah, what could be more fire breathing than a dragon itself? And it's so funny because I love the fact that the dragon has been worked out so that a lot of the lines do end in a draw. But we insist on calling it the most mythical, most fearsome dragon creature that is around. And okay, well, I spoke too soon because yes, it has been worked out, but the players are just giving it their everything, as now we see a complete race. And well, h5, it looks like it is advantage white as the black king is completely open.
Huge advantage white. If she played the move f4 there, so pushing the pawn forward, hitting the black knight, she slows it down with rook g1, maybe aiming to play rook to g5 and to eliminate this knight forcibly. But now Kosteniuk has a small window of opportunity. According to the computer, she needs to play the move queen to a5, otherwise she might just get knocked out on the other side of the board. No, she allows the knight to land on d5. Queen a5 would have prevented this due to a queen exchange, and black would have survived. Now the board is cut in half, and Jovanka, I fear for that black king.
Yeah, I fear for that black king as well, because as you mentioned, there's also f4, f5. You know, that f pawn is going to be used as a wrecking ball. And, you know, when you're attacking, it's all about opening up those lines. Okay, well, Alexandra goes on the counter, so the queen does have to move. And as David's pointing out, does come with this rather vicious threat of knight to c3. But in the end, it is all to do with king safety. It is the g6 pawn that is going to be way more important than a rook.
Yeah, she was forced to find the only way there. She's going to be forced to find it again, Lagno. I don't know if she's calculated this, but she'll be forced to find it. She gives up a second rook. She's 2 whole rooks down, but she's going to deliver checkmate with the move bishop to d3 after a queen check. Now, bishop to d3 forces mate on h7. What a finish. 2 rooks down. This is picturesque. This is what the dragon asks for sometimes. That's why it's such a high-risk opening. But it's going to be Lagno leaving the fire on this board.
Yeah, and talking about fire, well, there we see queen takes rook, and it's going to be checkmate on the next move. Well, Alexandra goes down 2 points. For Katerina, this is the perfect start that she's been hoping for. It fits her brand of chess to go for the direct attack. She's so well prepared. And Alexandra probably should steer clear of that kind of opening in the future.
Yeah, and Alexandra, I have a feeling the tilt might be in there slightly now. She's gone for an opening with white where, yes, she got a small advantage in the past, but it's going to be a long game. It's a long grind. You're 2 points down in the match. There's only 11 minutes on the clock. I'm not sure playing for these long strategic advantages is the way forward. That being said, very interesting position. The D pawn used to be the E pawn. The D pawn now keeps the black knight sidelined. Jovanka, she's got to recover somehow. I think just the fact that she used the Sicilian dragon, it's not her style to be the defender. I think that already showed a glimpse into her mindset.
But she's doing great things here. I mean, that knight on a5 is completely locked out of play. The pawn on d5, and there we see the evaluation bar just keep on inching. I was going to say, you know, she's pretty fast on the clock, 40 seconds. And here, well, hang on a second, be a little bit careful, because there are potentials of a kingside attack. And we see Lagno, she's just really going for it. G4 incoming, rook is going to slide over, and just like that, the position is turning. Katerina sharpening things up just when she needs to.
Yeah, sharpening her knives, looking for that white king, smelling blood here. That white king doesn't have too many defenders around it. Queen g5 followed by any bishop move is going to create some checkmate threats. Apparently bishop to h3, I think the most natural move in the position as well, was a knockout. She could have sacrificed on g2. She didn't. She didn't open up the white king. Apparently there's a chance here. Knight to f3. Oh, there's no sacrifices yet. The white queen is sidelined. The black knight is dropping at any moment, but this is all in from both players, Jovanka.
Yeah, it is an all-in for both players. And there we can see that we've run a poll. Who are our audience cheering for? And 50% think that Lagno is going to win. It's basically a moving moving bar, because it keeps going, it keeps changing. And 53%, and still anything can happen. Okay, we're going to see a repetition of moves. And there we see a draw.
Talking 50%, it was a draw by repetition in the end. She needed to bail out there, Kosteniuk, before she herself got checkmated. She's back to your favorite opening, Jovanka the Caro-Kann, but she's still 2 points down. And with 9.5 minutes left on the clock, that's probably only enough for 3 games. So a loss here would be disastrous. Let's see how it unfolds. It's transposed to pretty much a French defense. Wait, she's a tempo down on a French defense. Something's gone very badly wrong here for Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Yeah, well, she's picked up a pawn on d4, so that's something. And how is Katerina? And another pawn has fallen. Let's do a quick count. Everything is good for the time being. You just got to cover d5. So be careful where you put the queen.
This is the main line of the Milner-Barry attack, except white has the extra tempo a3, which doesn't look that useful. In that main line, black's best move is queen b8, just to point out, because the queen actually gets hit very quickly with bishop f4 ideas. So I think neither player really familiar with that territory. due to maybe the transposition from Caro-Kann to French defense. But okay, white has won 1 pawn back due to the e-file pin. Now the white queen attacked. Probably it's going to run. The black king still is the main issue here, Jovanka.
Yeah, completely. You can't castle. You'll be castling into checkmate on h7. So time to boot that queen out, but there's some weak dark squares. You know, the queen can actually just slide into g7, start targeting the h-pawn. So that's why we're seeing bishop to f8. This is a nice idea. If black is given enough time, you go bishop g7 and then you castle. And you don't have enough time because the bishop is loose on d7, but you might have to go for it anyway.
Yeah, the white bishop throws itself away, wins the pawn on g6. Or in the end, the h7 pawn just to grab that bishop. But black's still a pawn up. And white has back rank issues. Maybe white's king is actually more vulnerable than black's. Queen b4 looks like a nasty threat. Bishop d6 apparently is a huge blunder. Oh, watch your back doors. Rook c1 is incoming. Kosteniuk with a huge opportunity to strike back. Still rook c1. Go for checkmate.
Oh, yeah. Just no time. She goes instead for the pin, but this is still very, very promising. She's extra pawn up, and it's just, again, about finding that safe place for the king and causing whites some issues with their own king. So I'm thinking rook to d6 or queen to c7. That works. And now you can just start advancing the a-pawn.
I don't know. I feel like this one has so many drawing chances for white. Even if you lose this as Lagno, like you want to eat off as much time from the clock as possible. Rook b7 look like an automatic there, like h4, h5, open up the black king. This is going to take an age. It's going to take another 30, 40 moves to win for black, barring a blunder. Although she's done a good job so far of keeping her pieces active. Okay, Lagno, still with that extra time advantage. It just feels like she's the quicker player today.
Yeah, she's playing super quickly. And you're right, David. It's all about the match clock. It's all about that one. And it's ticking down to close to 5 minutes. And whoa, you got to look after your king. And that's the problem. But unfortunately, there's not going to be a perpetual because the queen will be able to block a check. And there it goes.
Yeah, this could be it. This could be the moment that Lagno feels confident about winning this match. She forgot about her own king safety. She'd already lost control, lost all centralization with her pieces. And now she's reliant on a perpetual check to save her neck in this game. But if she loses, it's going to be 3 points she's down with just a few minutes left on the clock. 5 minutes. And there we go. The white king is safe. Jovanka, this is over now.
Yeah, and there it goes. And a frown there from Alexandra as Katerina wins. Well, we can see that 7 points to 4. Just 5 minutes and 24 seconds on the match clock.
Yeah, Kosteniuk needs to just go for checkmate.
Yeah, right now, you find the most aggressive variation possible and try to win as quickly.
Mm-hmm. As quickly as she can. And yeah, I'm not sure she's super familiar with the theory here because white was supposed to go like early knight f5. Here you're allowing black to very quickly break in the center with d5 and totally equalize. Yeah, I think just switching about in the opening as well, Kosteniuk, it's put a lot of pressure on her own back. Normally you want 2 or 3 openings you stick to, inside out. You test the opponent, try and eke out some advantage with white. But she's played 5 or 6 different things. And she's the one having to kind of freestyle herself. And already this position's gone bad for white. Bishop f5, huge threat now to win a piece. And yeah, it's been such a close match. It's such small margins, Jovanka. Like it's 1 or 2 kind of slip ups here or there. So many missed opportunities. I think I can remember just off the top of my head, like 4 games that Kosteniuk should have won that she ended up either drawing or losing.
Yeah, and she's going to be losing a piece in this one. I agree with you. I mean, there were so many great positions that Alexandra had that she just let the win slip through her fingers. And that had to take its toll on her. And we're seeing the results of that right now as Alexandra is struggling a piece down. I mean, the best that she can hope for in this game is to draw this one. And there's just under 3 minutes and 41 seconds left on the match clock. And Alexandra has to win 3 games. But Katerina Lagno, I mean, credit where credit is due. She kept on finding resources to stay alive in the game. She's playing quickly. She put the pressure on Alexandra. She handled the opening surprises and the opening phases incredibly well because Alexandra was incredibly well prepared.
Yeah, I mean, we really have to give Lagno her due here. She's deserved it. She's been really consistent. She's not made any real one-move blunders. And that's often the key at this level. That's what Hikaru always says. That's why he's so good at Blitz. He doesn't blunder one-movers. Like, he can be outplayed occasionally. We all can. We're all human. But if you don't give your opponent any kind of low-hanging fruit, if you don't give them anything easy, they have to really earn it for themselves. And Lagno, she's taken her chances when they came. She's probably had fewer chances than Kosteniuk, but she's taken all of them. And that is a real skill in chess, killer instinct.
Yeah, and we've seen some great fighting chess from her. So many times, you know, especially with the white pieces, she's proven how dangerous she is. You know, she absolutely demolished the black pieces. And we saw that in the Dragon. We saw that against the Caracan. And here we're seeing, you know, when she's being presented with the opportunity, she wins. So, and there we see Katerina Lagno wins, more or less secures her path into the semi-finals with that win. And here we go. It is a Caracan again. And Katerina just going for this particular setup. The bishop comes out to g4. Now, the main line here is to take on c5. But bishop to e2 is possible, but the whole thing is that you take on d4 as soon as white isn't able to go knight to c3. So now you go queen to b6, knight to f5, bishop to e7, but you are kind of looking at a very slow build game. Okay, Alexandra needs to win, so she's taking big risks.
Yeah, I don't recommend this to anyone at home, h6, g5, but that is the moment. That is the match situation. She needs something a bit risky. Ultimately, though, the match is over. Like, even if Lagno gets mated in the next 2 seconds, the next few games she can just sit on her time, and the timer for the 1+1 will run out. She's just blundered the d4 pawn, hence the question marks. But ultimately, that won't change much, and wasn't seen anyway from Kosteniuk. Yeah, she's going to be a tough opponent, I actually think, in the semi-finals here, Lagno, for whoever she ends up meeting. Just the speed. She's always ahead on the clock, the confidence and the defensive skills. Probably one of the best in the competition.
Yeah, she'll be playing in the semis against either Hou Yifan or Divya Deshmukh. So it's a tough challenge, whoever she meets. I mean, these players are so good. They really are the best of the best female chess players around. And they're all kind of playing here in the WSCC. And there we see, well, Alexandra just maneuvering, and the clock is down to 30 seconds. So this will be the final game. But here it's all about pride, right? You can have a terrible tournament, but it doesn't really matter, or it doesn't hurt as much when you win the final game.
Exactly. She's trying to win this final game, Kosteniuk. She was very much bluffing there. Queen to b4 probably would have just ended it on the spot. Queen b4 would have hit the black knight and the black bishop on d4. But now she has the exchange. She's got a few pawns. White king is a bit open. She's fighting for that pride. Kosteniuk, officially the last game of this match. Yeah, you definitely don't want that pawn to sit on h3, but be careful. The black queen is coming in. That looks very matey. It smells of checkmate almost. Now impossible since the black rook needs to defend f7. And yeah, this is going to be the 13th game. The previous match was 19 games. That shows you the kind of speed with which the others were playing. But this might end now in a draw. Jovanka, if Lagno is so inclined, she can repeat. She can actually take g4. She goes for the win.
Yes, because it's all the question of pride and money as well. Because do remember that the winnings are split to a win percentage. So there we're seeing the players just repeat, and there you see Katerina Lagno wins, and in the end it is 9 points to 4. Well, Katerina Lagno, a very cool customer, resourceful. She came out with fighting chess. She took her chances. There we can also see from Alexandra Kosteniuk, disappointment. She fought bravely until the very end, but in the end, it was all about those missed chances, David.
Yeah, the chess queen, Alexandra Kosteniuk, she'll be back in future editions. She's so strong, so consistent. But this is the moment of ice cold Katerina Lagno, cool cat Katerina, I'm going to call her, as she took that bullet segment in convincing fashion. She really turned on the Jets there, 4.5 to half in the bullet, the big decisive factor there. But yeah, great high quality match, full of opening ideas if anyone wants to go and study those games. And yeah, showing that Lagno is not to be messed with. She's going to be a real force in these closing stages of the WSCC.
Yeah, and there we see Katerina Lagno makes it to the semi-finals. So let's take a look at the brackets where we see Wenjun also making it to the semi-finals. And for Katerina Lagno, she'll be facing the winner between Hou Yifan and Divya Deshmukh. For Wenjun, it's going to be all about Polina Shivalova and Alice Lee, two players that she has played earlier in the WSCC. So it's with sadness actually that we say goodbye to two players, but in the end, it was these two talents, these two legends that absolutely nailed it. And there we can see the standings so far. David, what have been your impressions of the WSCC so far? I mean, it's been intense. It's been a real roller coaster of a ride.
It really has. And we see not just the final standings as players leave the competition, but also their prize money. As Jovanka said, there is splits according to how many points you score in a match, the ratio there. So a good, decent payday for some of the players. But overall, my impression, I mean, firstly, I just love the SCC format. Just the fact it's head-to-head, one-on-one, multiple matches, makes it feel like a sport. A bit like tennis with, multiple sets. You have to bring your A game, game after game, move after move. And it's all about the survival of the fittest. But yeah, it's really lived up to expectation. This might be my last day commentating on it. So I'm just going to say thank you to you, Jovanka. It's been a real pleasure seeing some of the fantastic chess, but also to see it by your side. I'm going to be sitting there with popcorn for the rest of the quarterfinals and the closing stages.
Oh, David, you're making me blush. Thank you very much. I know it's been a great pleasure to have you sharing your knowledge, your wisdom alongside us, and of course, keeping us entertained every move of the way. Well, it has been a day that has kept us entertained. It's kept us on the edge of our seats. Tomorrow, it is going to be a lot of fight between Hou Yifan and Divya Deshmukh. But for now, we are going to thank everyone at home for watching us and joining in the fun and joining in all of the entertainment. And we will see you guys all tomorrow. See you then.
you.